ready. We got to go.
Good evening, Council. It's our time of the year to hunker down. This is the first of two evenings discussing the 2016 budget. And with that, that's my preceding comments, and I'll turn it over to staff to take us through the policy questions this evening. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. So, do we have our slides?
You ready for the budget?
Yep. So while Doug's getting our slideshow up and running, I wanted to give you a little bit of background on the budget this year. As we've done for the previous 3 years, we are using the policy question approach to the budget. We've got, I think, 36 policy questions this year. This is what I believe to be the most comprehensive budget that we have put together in my tenure. As you know, when we were first starting out, we didn't have any asset management work done. The budget was basically done on an annual basis. Obviously, it has to be done on an annual basis per Tabor, but in terms of the long-range planning, looking at our deferred maintenance and those types of things, that was not part of the equation and part of the conversation with the department heads. Over the last couple of years, we have tried to cobble together parts and pieces of that, but I think this year it's really the culmination of that work over these years, primarily in the arena of public works. Obviously, that's the vast majority of our deferred maintenance area and where the high cost of repair work is going to be. Deputy City Manager Mike Broughton, as you are aware, has been working with the department heads putting together the capital needs list, and I'll say needs/wants because you can define it a variety of fashions. But we've got, I believe, about $86 million now sitting in that list. And what I believe this budget represents is to use Councilman Beckman's term, a stopping of kicking the can and really taking on some of the capital maintenance. And if you had a chance to review the capital budget, we are spending money in the capital out of the capital fund. We're doing it very intentionally, and we're doing it in service of the capital needs list that we've put together primarily in the public works arena. I think this budget really is at Council's direction, setting the stage for a conversation with the community next year about what we want to do with that $86 million in deferred needs and wants, and what do we value as a community, and what do we want to put money toward, and how do we want to pay for some of those items. We've lived on the quality of our construction in the past. I think it was 2011 when the roof started leaking during the budget discussions. If nothing says deferred maintenance like that, I don't know what does. It's ironic. We haven't planned anything for this year, so, but if you start saying no, we'll plan something. So anyway, so this year really is the start of that conversation, and there is substantial changes in expenditures in certain areas. We are asking for a lot of staff, primarily in the fire and medical world. But the way I would describe it really is we have done incredible work around the area of customer service on a very lean and efficient structure for years and years and years. Council and the community, I think, has communicated their desire for an incredibly high level of customer service. The over-the-counter permit process has been an incredible success. People love it. It is working as it should. We want to see it expanded. And it's really looking at those service delivery models, and with the economy the way it is, and looking at how the services we need to continue to focus on. GIS is an example where we've really been lacking. You probably saw the positions requested in that. We just have reached that point where if we want to make the next level of service, maintaining that service level quality while improving the overall services and expansion of some of those services, we will need additional staff to make that happen. So it'll be up to you whether or not you support that or not as we go through these policy questions. I don't think this is a frivolous budget. I don't think it is one that just threw out those FTEs or those other expenditures and said, hey, the economy's going, let's go ask for a bunch of things. This, as I said earlier, this is a very well-intentioned budget. the department heads look through their budgets. We talked about the FTEs as we did. I should actually, for Bill, I should point this out to you. As we do every year, we collectively come together as a department head, and all the FTEs are thrown on the table. All the policy questions are thrown on the table. And so we leave that room all saying this is our budget. So it's not police asking for these FTEs blindly or getting my blessing for it. We do it collectively as a team. That was not how it was done always in the past, but it's how we've been doing it for the 4 years I've been here. So when these department heads get up and speak to the budget, they're speaking after being through that entire gauntlet of the team. So we, as an executive team for this organization, support what we have requested for you. And again, it's a very intentional. We're cognizant of the expenditures. We do believe they are sustainable. We are not asking for things that we don't think we need long-term. And if we have, you'll see we've asked them as a fixed-term position, meaning we think we're going to need this particular service or person for a year or 2 years and that type of thing. So I'm proud of this budget. I look forward to the conversation over the next 2 days. We have to finish tomorrow by 9:30ish, because that's when we all turn back into pumpkins. And so you have about 6 hours to get through this budget process. Obviously, you have all the line items, so if there's questions about particular line items, we can answer those. We did, as we have in the past, put through the budget highlights, which are those items that we wanted to let you know we made some financial changes, accounting changes, or we just made some additional changes. We thought it would be prudent to let you know, figuring that you would ask those questions anyway. So we put in the standard kind of word map that we've used in the past. I want to point out strategic development. We put at the top right there, capital investment is in there, scrutinized, innovative. I want to just emphasize two pieces again. One, scrutinized. Long gone are the days of I'm going to spend down my line items so they get automatically replenished. That just doesn't happen anymore. I know that story is out there, but we don't operate that way anymore. I'm not sure of any municipality that has people that do that anymore. You spend what you need, and you look at what you need the next year, and if the police need some more bullets because we have more officers, you buy more bullets. If you need less bullets, you buy less bullets. You don't expend it just because the dollars are there and you want to fill that back up. And then the strategic development, again, is really that intentional, forward-thinking approach that I spoke of earlier. All right, so before I turn it over to our finance director, one of the communication outreaches that Kelly and her staff put together was approximately 5-minute video kind of explaining what the general budget is. So we just thought we would show that to you. It's we get to see Kelly live and in person here. I guess it's Memorex, but...
Littleton, Colorado, 14 square miles with more than 42,000 residents. It takes a lot to keep it going. So how does everything get paid for? Hi, I'm Kelly Nardi, Director of Communications for the City of Littleton. Let's answer that question. It all starts with a budget, a process that asks, what do we need? What can we afford? What can we do to improve the quality of life for all Littleton residents? And all of this happens with a careful eye on the bottom line, making sure your taxpayer dollars are well spent. There are many things that make up a great community. The City Council has developed goals and objectives that help guide the management of the city as well as the budget process. We're going to look at these 3 goals: preserve and cultivate a quality community, provide a safe community to live, work, and play, and develop and maintain the public infrastructure. For the next few minutes, we're going to take a tour of the 2016 budget. We're going to look at some of the things planned to help achieve these goals. Let's start with preserve and cultivate a quality community. The city intends to partner with South Suburban Parks and Recreation, spending a little more than $1.1 million. This includes improvements to Littles Creek Playground and Trail, Charlie Emily Park, Lee Gulch Trail, and new signage in South Platte Park and along the Mary Carter Greenway. The city will also provide funding for the management of South Platte Park. A full-time geographic information systems position will be added to meet increased service demands, especially centralized GIS coordination and project management. The next goal we'll examine is develop and maintain the public infrastructure. Public Works has proposed an increase in funding for street rehabilitation and maintenance by $400,000 in 2016. This is in direct response to the 2014 Citizen Survey, where traffic flow and street maintenance accounted for a combined 68% of the responses as the most pressing issues facing Littleton in the next 2 years. $465,000 has been allocated to Phase 2 of the Downtown Wayfinding Signage Project. This project promotes the downtown Littleton Historic District as a tourist and shopping destination and guides visitors to shops, restaurants, and points of interest. Bemis Public Library is the city's most heavily visited building, and the budget includes $313,000 to maintain and upgrade the interior, including new paint and replacing the 15-year-old carpet. Finally, let's take a look at the goal of providing a safe community to live, work, and play. $2.3 million is needed to replace portable and mobile radios for police, fire, and public works. Staff is recommending an 8-year 0% interest lease agreement with annual lease payments estimated at $290,000. Littleton Fire Rescue is asking for funding to staff Medic 10, a new medic unit, and expand the Quick Car program. This increase in staffing would improve response times and service in Littleton Fire Rescue's coverage area. Around $1 million will be needed to accomplish replacements and upgrades to Littleton Fire Rescue vehicles and facilities. A replacement for Fire Engine 13 and a new FD Cares vehicle highlight the list. That's a quick look at the 2016 budget. Now let's see how it affects your wallet. Revenues for the 2016 budget are anticipated to be over $59 million. The sources of that revenue are sales and use tax, $31 million, intergovernmental, $16 million. That's primarily through contracts with the Highlands Ranch Metro District and the Littleton Fire Protection District. Property tax is $4.8 million, and the other $7.2 million comes from a variety of sources. All of that comes to a total of just over $59 million for the 2016 budget. The largest portion, 52%, is devoted to public safety. 12% is allocated to Public Works, and 36% goes to the remaining city departments. The Littleton City Council wants to hear from you. If you'd like to share your thoughts on the 2016 budget, come to the public hearing on Tuesday, October 6th at 6:30 p.m. in the City Council chamber. If you'd like more information, visit our website at littletongov.org/finance. Thank you for watching.
So that's just one example of the outreach we're doing and trying to explain the budget and keep it at a high enough level that people don't lose interest and they can get a little snippet of what's happening and then drill down into the budget. You saw that that link goes to finance, where there's more data on the budget than most of us care to look at, including your city manager for the most part. So, no, I'm joking. So without further ado, and just to move this along, Doug Farman is our finance director, and he and his staff did yeoman's work and put in this year's budget together. So, Doug, thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Michael. Good evening, Council. I am going to talk a little bit about the city finances and really focus on the general fund to begin with, which is the city's main operating fund. And before we dive into the policy questions, which will pertain to expenditures, I want to talk a little about the city's main revenue sources. As you can see from Kelly's video, the general fund in 2016, the revenues are approximately $59 million, which is a 7.2% increase over 2015 adopted budget, and that is approximately $4 million. You can see the revenue breakdown there. Half of it is derived of sales taxes, 3% from general use, 8% for property taxes, 26% is from our fire partner contracts for services. So those are reimbursements for expenditures. In looking at some of the major assumptions that we used in order to create the budget, this 2016 proposed budget document, we looked at the economic recovery. It has started in Littleton. 2014, you could see that the economy was really picking up in Littleton. 2015, it's really gotten some momentum, and we expect that to carry over into 2016. Sales tax growth, use tax growth, property tax values, all are increasing. We've also used our conservatively accounting budget principles, so we try to err on the conservative side when we estimate revenues, because we don't want to have a shortfall if we can avoid that.
You try?
We do a very good job at being conservative, yes. Yes. As I said, the economy has been rebounding. We've seen some development projects popping up in the city, commercial and residential. And for 2016, it appears that the development market will increase in a positive direction. We've also looked at our 5-year model. As Michael noted, we have looked at the expenditures over 5 years and believe that those will be sustainable by the current revenues. We'll get into that a little bit more. We also have some other major assumptions here that we've incorporated and Council's seen over the past few years. I know this slide is a little difficult to read, the major revenue sources for the city. Of course, the biggest revenue stream, single revenue stream, is the retail sales taxes. Right now, through the month of August 2015, the city's retail sales taxes are 7.6% above last year's year-to-date, and those are expected to increase 4.6% in 2016 year over year. Based on the state and national forecasts, the city usually lags just slightly behind the state's forecast, and it appears that we're going to be doing that this next year as well, and that's just the nature of our retail market here in the city of Littleton. But the state forecasts and national forecasts are pretty healthy for the next couple of years. The general use taxes are always difficult to predict. Those are taxes paid, but basically a sales tax that is used on an item in the city of Littleton. Those go up and down depending on equipment needs for companies. So we projected those to be relatively flat this next year. But they're slightly above 2014 at this point in time, 1.8% above last year. Motor vehicle sales taxes are doing very well so far this year. They're up by 20%. We're putting in a slight downward adjustment next year, about 5%, just because we think some of those vehicles are turning over the last couple of years, and that might not continue going into 2016. Our property tax values that we've seen across the state are increasing. As you know, the housing market is doing very well, and the city of Littleton has projected a 14% increase in assessed values. So far, we've gotten a preliminary total from the 3 counties that the city crosses over to, and that's 16% increase over last year. We won't have the final numbers until the end of November, so it's still preliminary. So I think right now we're right in the ballpark of where we need to be as far as assessed values, but slightly under what the county has proposed to us so far. One other note, the fines and forfeitures included those red light traffic cameras, and of course that's been discontinued now, so you'll see a drop-off in that line item for next year. Looking at slide 6, this is a trend forecasting over the next 5 years through 2020 now. You can see that our operating revenues are expected to go up, but the expenditure growth is also expected to rise at a little bit faster pace. If you look at the operating margin from 2014, 6.9%, that's expected to shrink to 1.3%, and that's a percentage of net operating revenues divided by operating revenues. And so that is expected to shrink. I think Council has seen that before, and that's just the trend right now.
I'd like to remind Council it's that difference between those two. That's the primary revenue for the capital fund. And so, as you know, we continue to talk about downward pressure on operating expenditures so that you can maximize the differential between those two. But at some point, that gets into what I opened with around the quality of service and the services that we're in. And at some point, we need to, as you are very well aware, we need to continue to look at alternative or expansion of revenues if we want to continue to maintain. If we don't, we can lower expenditures and increase that gap. But it's I think that challenge, and that's why we've had deferred maintenance for so many years, is that differential has been small for a very long time. I mean, even at 6.9%, and it was small again back in the 2008 during the recession type of area. But it's the missing gap in there. We can't see any white. That's our challenge for the future for capital needs.
Yeah, that's a really good segue to the next slide, because we will be talking about the Capital Projects Fund. First of all, looking at the Capital Project Fund revenues, as Michael has noted, the general fund is really one of the primary sources of the capital fund revenues. We also have the Highway Use Tax Fund, which comes from the state. It's a gas tax. That is restricted to street needs, street capital projects. And we also have the city's building use tax, which is dedicated to the Capital Projects Fund. A couple of years ago, the city also added 6 impact fees, which are additional capital project revenues. They don't directly feed into the Capital Projects Fund, but they do go toward new growth projects in the city. And then, of course, we've got our fire district contract, and they contribute their fair share of fire equipment and apparatus that are used at their fire stations. Bruce?
Try not to interrupt you. Test. I don't know if that's on. Meaning to interrupt you, but the 6 impact fees we could use for traffic, for highway, roads, and those kinds of things.
No, there's one dedicated one for strictly for transportation that would be related to new growth. Yes.
Only one of the
Just
6.
one out of the 6. Yes. It's not for maintenance. No, impact fees are strictly for capital projects for new growth purposes. It's not for replacement. I think that's where it gets to be a little tricky. It's not for just replacing an item. It's got to be adding additional items. Taking a little more deep look at the Capital Projects Fund, here are the revenues and expenditures excluding the fire capital items. You can see that the expenditures are higher than the revenues, and that's been an ongoing trend. In 2016, an estimated $3.1 million of fund balance would be used on capital projects and breaking down that fund balance. But you can see we are at $9.2 million estimated fund balance for 2016. You can see the revenue breakdown as a percentage of those revenues. I mentioned the highway users tax, 19%. Building use taxes are about 1/5 at 22%. Grants and interest earnings, and then the general fund transfer is a major component to it, 21%. Here's a little bit closer look at the fire equipment apparatus, which is a major item in that fund, and we do get the contract contribution revenues. You can see the city of Littleton is still 52%, so it's a little bit more than half of the expenditures for the capital equipment for fire next year. And there's a closer detailed list on page 117 of the budget book. Looking at the next 5 years, Michael mentioned the $86 million. We've got a lot of that allocated to various types of projects. If you look at the sewer and storm drainage and then the streets and sidewalks, that's over half of our equipment needs and infrastructure needs over the next 5 years. One thing to note, this $86 million is not funded right now. We do have funding for the 2016 expenditures that have been proposed to you tonight, but other than that, the full $86 million is not funded. Some of these have dedicated funding sources, such as the sewer and storm utility, which are restricted to those needs based on user fees. Here's some of the capital projects the city has in the budget for next year, looking at facilities, streets, sidewalks, fire equipment. And I mentioned the highway users tax and the building use tax. You can see that when you just compare those two revenue streams and then look at the current lease obligations and the projected street needs that were based on the updated study from last year, you can see that line going drastically upward is the needs, mainly for the streets that are increasing. The street gap alone will be $2.5 million in 2020. And so we're trying to add about $500,000 each year because we know we won't be able to buy off and put into place all those improvements all at once, but it's mainly going to be based on the funding resources that the city has. Oh, Peggy?
So it would seem to me that that gap is really important in other ways, because if we don't deal with the street needs, then the nearby housing probably gets lower property values, and so that is an additional gap widener, isn't it?
That's true. It could very well compound. You're absolutely right. I think a lot of people look at the streets, parks, those type of conditions within the city, and that does have an effect on your property values, whether or not people want to live in the city limits, if the city is going to be able to maintain the streets adequately. But you're right, that would have a compounding effect.
Doug, while we're still on, particularly focused on the streets, projected balance in the impact funds that might be used for congestion relief or an interchange or an intersection that's getting additional traffic due to growth of population. What is kind of the projected balance maybe at the end of 2016 with regard to those impact fees funds?
Well, as I said, we just implemented the impact fees, so it is still a new revenue source. I do have the current balance, and we're trying to get a better forecast for the 2016 as far as impact fees. The difficulty is just like projecting any other development project coming online. You don't know when and if a project is going to occur, and until somebody actually pulls a permit, that is when they'll pay for the impact fees, the tap fees, and so forth.
Do you know what the budget? Do you know what the balance is right now?
So I do know.
What? You can get it later.
Right at my fingertips.
Just to give you a perspective of where we're at.
This will put things into perspective, but it's currently at $241,000. So, like I said, it's going to be based on the projects. It's hard to project how much an impact fees will collect next year. But as you can see, $2.5 million, even the gap for the street projects is going to take a lot to accumulate. So, and it will be restricted to new growth street projects. Looking at the accumulation of all the capital projects, I think I've already kind of tipped everyone off, but if you look at the fund balance, which is the dotted line there, it's trending downward, and by 2018 it'll be in deficit balance if we try to fund all of the projects that are needed within the city. Obviously, we won't be able to go into deficit balance, so some of those projects will need to be deferred or find another funding source in order to complete those projects. The future. I think in a lot of ways we do have, like I said, the economic picture for the city is picking up, which has improved some of the sales and use taxes, impact fees, commercial, residential development, building permit fees. All those revenue streams will eventually be reflected in property tax values when those assessed values should tend to increase, and some of that new development goes onto the city's tax rolls. That will be a little bit increased in revenues. But the street, what is looming out there obviously is the street and other capital needs. We still have that funding gap as long as the general fund is 21% of the revenues for capital projects, I don't think the city is really going to be getting too far and is probably going to be continuing to fall behind as we see the ending fund balance in that capital projects fund going downward. Any questions about any of that information? Okay, Councilmember Brecken.
Yeah, and I think this is the big, if it's okay, I know you have a process to get to this point, but the big issue is, as we look to a $3 million increase in this year's budget proposed to operate the way the residents and the community expect us to operate, we're adding, most of these are at least $1.5 million to $2 million of it is going to be repeated in all future years because it's an employee, an FTE, or a capital item in a 5 to 7 year kind of lease. So would a council sit and say, let's find ways to delay, phase, put into a 2-year plan, hold off on the ones that strictly are in, not the conservation trust, not the open space, but the ones that are really part of this general fund, that we know the remaining balance is what funds capital. You know, where do we go? What's the thing to do without knowing how you do with a tax increase or a bond increase, or finding a way to change that margin between revenue and expenditure? Because if the smart move for a council would be is something like, and I'm just throwing a number, well, let's take 2/3 of that proposed $3 million and find a way to delay, phase, whatever, the other $1 million. It's kicking the can down the road, clearly, which we're a victim of at this point anyway, with staffing and building and space and services and some different things. Or is that really the box that we're in? You know, so I don't know when that discussion is going to occur, but it'd be helpful before we get to item 1, which is which that and fire are the 2 big ones.
Well, we're about to hit policy question 1, so you might want to have it now. I mean, I think that's the chicken and egg conversation that all municipalities have, is how do you balance between the operational expenditures and capital expenditures? And we have delayed so long, really, on both fronts. You know, I'll use the GIS positions again as an example. Those positions are pretty key for Public Works to do quality capital projects. And that's one of the challenges right now is our sewer system is on paper or non-existent. And so we've had significant number of backups over the last year and a half. The maintenance is not calculated out. We're not following standard procedures for maintenance of those, and the way you do it in this era is through GIS. And so if you cut the GIS to put more money into the sewer system or roads or whatever that is, it's breaking one arm to try to get us to move faster. And so it really is. So it is a chicken and egg, but I will tell you that I think what we have done in the budget is we have tried to balance those two, and which is why we have a significant amount of expenditure out of the capital fund, and we're adding what we believe are the key staff necessary to accomplish that, whether it's in fire or GIS or wherever the position is. And as Doug mentioned earlier, it's a sustainable revenue and expenditure model. It does limit the amount in the capital fund, but that's the larger, broader conversation about what this council and this community expects for our infrastructure. And that is a conversation. Even if you cut that, I mean, you think about $86 million in 5 years. You're not going to get there by eliminating every increase in the general fund. So in order to provide the best level of service and continue to expand in those areas that we feel like we have to expand to be successful into the future, we think we've given you a balanced budget in that. I don't mean balanced in revenues and expenditures, but balance between your comment about capital and operational.
So let me throw 2 cents in on this one, Bruce, which is it's important, but what we need, and the reason why it's a dialogue over the possibly next year, if not beyond, is to have a consensus on the issue. Councilmember Cole started to speak about it as an impact on property values. So there's a wealth component that folks will feel, but it's also the quality of life and the ability to get around town is if you just talk about the streets, but then it's also in the other areas of services that become important. Once we have a consensus on the problem, then the solution discussion ends up being one where it's a public process that we go through because there's elements of both taxes, financing, potential grants, or funding sources, of which some of those are question marks on whether we would be able to actually see a return on some of those requests, but it's getting us up to what we might say a standard, and then how do we have an environment that is sustainable over time. One of the interesting items from my perspective on the residency discussion that we had is that indeed those may be items that there was some level of coalescence upon in that discussion, but what we weren't talking about is what is the dollar amount that any one of those might represent. So now that we are seeing some of those dollar amounts, we can start to say adding up solution components, and that would be the discussion that we would have.
I think another dimension of the conversation that needs to be had with the community is really twofold. We did spend a fair amount of time inventorying the streets, and we have information that demonstrates what percentage of the roads are in what condition and where some of these things, for example, I know there's other issues, for example, the culvert that just, or the drainage ditch that just failed. Culvert. Okay. But the other part of it is an acknowledgement of the fiduciary responsibility that a variety of councils over the years have demonstrated in terms of holding the line on expenditures. The downside is we're sort of now having to address infrastructure issues, but by the same token, the other side of that coin is, I think collectively over a long period of time, not just this council, but preceding councils and staff over the years has demonstrated a high degree of stewardship when it comes to repair and maintaining and trying to extend the useful life of the city's and the taxpayers' assets so that value is being derived or squeezed out of those assets over a long period of time. And you can look at Bemis, for example, and we haven't done much there in a long time, and it looks great, and that's good, but at some point, physical assets need to be refurbished one way or the other. And I think that part of that conversation is, as we learned in the training, I mean, it's what is the right problem statement, and the problem statement isn't, hey, we need to go spend money to fix stuff, because that's starting with a solution. The problem is, what exactly are we grappling with here? And I think it's like you guys are saying, that there's a level of expectation of service delivery, whether it's fire, police, streets, public works, so forth and so on, that the community is asking to get for their investments. And if it's not, as Peggy said, if at some point those things start to go south or are degraded, then it's going to have impact with respect to property values. And I don't think that's where people want to go. So, yeah, the question is, how do we frame it, and then what are we looking at in terms of opportunities to start moving the conversation forward?
Peggy?
So I had asked the city manager this question, and I have two reasons for asking it. Because maybe we want to spend more money than is here because we think we can get a better deal spending it now than pushing it down the road. The other is maybe that's not the way to do it right now, but I had asked for the Tabor calculation, not an estimate, but an actual Tabor, so that if we wanted to push up, we'd know how high we could push. So do we have that?
So I know you had asked for Tabor. Doug can probably give that to you here, but I'm not sure how, if I understand the correlation between the expenditures and the Tabor cap on revenues. And let me tell you that on the expenditure side, part of what we're limited to in terms of what we can accomplish is how many people we have. And part of what Public Works in particular did was look at what we think we can actually do in a year. So there's a point where you could give us more money and the return on that investment could not be worthwhile for that expenditure because if we're outsourcing it and we can't do it in-house, or we're trying to do it in-house and we're not doing the quality work. And so, you continue to give us money and we can contract and have other people do it, but I think what Mark put together here is what he thinks is really doable, because as you heard Doug say, the road needs analysis just by itself is substantially more than what we asked for. But there is a limit to what we can do with the existing staff and have quality. Otherwise, we're just going to be carrying over the money because there's only so many projects you can get done. When you have to bid it, you're project managing it, et cetera, with the amount of staff that we have. So that's the response on that. And then I think he's got that Tabor calculation, but again, I'm not sure the correlation between expenditures and the revenue side of it.
Well, you and I had the email conversation about that, so we can take in so much, but the Tabor also allows how much we can spend of what we take in. As we did several years ago, we had to ask the citizens, could we spend something, or did they want to have that excess back?
Yes, and I think that's a valid concern, but we, based on the 2015 year-end estimates that we have for revenues, and then also for 2016, we believe that we do have some cushion there, and we're not pushing up against that Tabor cap. Of course, this is all preliminary. We won't know until we do the audit next year, and the auditors actually review our work papers. But right now, we think we're safe there as far as that Tabor. Yes. Sure.
And let me say again, that's still all revenue related, not expenditure related. Okay. If you take in more than you're allowed, then you have to ask them if they want it back, or if you can keep it. Okay. All right.
Doug, so we're going to move this on.
Doug.
Bruce, quit distracting me.
Not my fault, they sadly mentioned.
I know, that's the last time I'm going to sit next to you.
He tried to sit in your spot. All right, we're going to jump in.
So
All right, we're going to jump in.
So I have one more question. So I thought possibly one of the things you went through, and as we talk about it, we'll see, that we might be able to set up an enterprise account for something that would free up. So if that, as we go through, if that dawns on me again, then I'll raise that issue.
Are you talking about the Tabor?
No,
She's
an
just creating
enterprise
an
account.
enterprise.
Oh, okay.
Let's move on.
Like we have the sewer
So,
plant.
bring it up if you see it. So policy question 1 is, does council support continuing the implementation of the total compensation plan, which was approved by this council in 2014? The number is significant at $1.687 million. And I'm going to let our HR director, Eric Juan Savage, explain the breakdown of that. The high-level piece of that for council to be cognizant of is that for the first time we've included not only the salary increase but the total compensation piece of it, and that's the significant jump in here. Those numbers have always been at this level. It's just that we have just typically rolled that into the health insurance, the retirement component, all of that, and we felt like we have been talking and using the words total compensation, and in order to have the budget reflect the terminology we're using, we're putting that number in there in the totality of employee compensation. So with that, Eric.
Okay, so what you've seen, and I think Michael kind of explained that pretty well, is that this is a little bit different presentation than what we've done in the past, where this includes everything. It includes a wage increase proposal. It includes the taxes tied to that, as well as life insurance, disability insurance, our workers' comp, our unemployment, our health, dental, vision, prescription. You'll see as you're looking in the budget for health, there's a pretty good containment in our health expenditure costs. So those look pretty nice this particular year. And that's in large due to a lot of our wellness activities, as well as design changes that we are either required to do in order to maintain within that sort of window that we're required to be in within PPACA, so that we don't have to pay various fees or Cadillac taxes for going above or below, providing minimum amount of health insurance and a higher level of health insurance. And ultimately, we'll probably see some of that trend continue with the health insurance fund containing itself, and employers looking for other ways to differentiate themselves with their total compensation packages. What we're seeing trend-wise right now is similar to some of the guidance that we received from the Mountain States Employer Council consultant a couple of years ago, where we put together our 5-year total compensation plan, where employers are targeting the area of usually retirement and helping employees figure out how can they better prepare for that. So that's where you'll see some of the changes as opposed to what we've seen in the past, which was much, much larger increases in the health fund. And so ultimately, this package affords us to continue with our total compensation strategy that we put together with the Mountain States Employer Council consultant. They're a little bit different, obviously, for safety employees versus civilian employees because they have different pay structures. But what it includes is an increase for all categories. They're slightly different in the budget. How we budgeted it was 3% across the board for the safety positions because they are on steps. And then with our employees or civilian employees who have pay grades, there's 4% in the budget to allow for what they need to or what they would be eligible for with their performance evaluations. And that kind of stays right in line with what we're seeing in the market. So this year we're seeing above 3% as salary increases in our particular area, and we're also seeing closer to a 4.1 is estimated in 2016. Our market is particularly competitive. The West Coast is particularly competitive, and the Southeast of the United States is particularly competitive. Our environment here is we have less than 5% unemployment currently. So we're just hovering slightly above 4%. That means our market is becoming much more complex for us to be able to recruit and get employees to come to the city of Littleton. This year we've seen some interesting trends that we have not seen in a while. Our job postings have had to double, in part because our turnover is higher than it has been in the past. But now, and that's probably what most employers here are experiencing, because many people delayed their retirements during the downturn. Unfortunately, that means we're all competing in the same market for the same pool of candidates, and we so happen to have more vacancies available in our market than we would during a downturn. We've also seen candidates for the first time since I've been with the city actually get counter offers from their employers, and we've actually been declined by some of our candidates, which is the first time we've ever seen that as well. And we've had to repost positions consequently because we weren't able to get our top candidate. So we think this is in line with our 5-year strategy. We'll continue to monitor it, but we do believe that this is at least moving us in that direction as we're seeing our market become more competitive to try to keep our total compensation package competitive and attractive to candidates.
Okay, and just a quick review for council on this would be, this is the policy question that's in front of us. We're looking to see if there's major opposition or such to proceeding in this case with something that we put in place a couple years ago in going through this, or if we have any particular questions with regard some of the elaboration on the policy questions. So opening that up to questions. Bill?
I was just curious on the turnover issue. Are you replacing former positions with people that, because of market advances, are now requiring higher salaries than those who left? Or is it the other way around, where you replace a very senior employee with someone who's less senior, and therefore there's a diminished impact? In other words, how does the budget, how do you strategize that now? Is it totally up or down? What's the
So typically what happens is when we replace our positions, we replace them with entry-level positions, unless we're promoting someone up and that vacancy gets created because someone very high level left and we're moving someone from a relatively high mid-level manager into a higher level management. But typically you're going to see them come in at a lower salary, and how we do that in the budget is we look for the vacancies, and then we budget to our what we call a hiring range, and that's typically unless it's a safety position where it's a step, so it's clear what it's supposed to be. We'll put in the budget the hiring range, so that's typically midpoint. And whether that new person comes in at that top end of the hiring range or at the bottom will depend on factors like their education, their credential, the years of experience. So they may or may not come in at that top. We also have to factor for benefits, and so one of the things that we do that has worked very well for us is we use employee plus spouse rather than single or family, and that seems to come out as a wash in their elections when they come on board.
Okay, so in that process, if you have a hiring range, and Michael, maybe this is a question for you, do the surveys tell us that we should go out and hire the very best people at every position, or are we forced into to having to average all those all the way across, where you have to make decisions about, we don't care about police as much as library or whatever. I mean, that's an absurd example, but, are you having to rank? You can't start.
No, absolutely. Absolutely not. I mean, every position we hire, we're tasked with hiring the best person for the position. And we've got policies in place based on years of experience, education, the job description that's there on where they start within that range, and we hire appropriately for that. But it is our intent to hire the best person in all positions, and there's no intercorrelation between those positions. I'm not involved in any of the hires except my direct reports. Police hires their people independently of anyone except obviously HR, the library independently. So they are all tasked with hiring the best person, individual for that. Again, based on the job description, which we do update the job description for every hire and make sure that it's current, what are the needs of the organization, and making sure that that is reflective. And that's one of the things that keeps Eric busy on a regular basis. I will tell you that I think we are going to continue to see, as Eric pointed out, the turnover a lot through attrition and retirement for many years to come, because we have our population for our staff. They've been here a long time. They deferred their retirement, and so we're going to see it naturally on top of that normal, turnover that we have because they move out of town, they get different jobs, all of that, and we're just up against a pretty tight year right now. This ask that we have on policy question 1 is really no different, again, than last year. Eric's implementing the total compensation package. Again, what you're seeing is the totality of the dollars that are in there, but we're really not changing the approach that we have. The significant change, as Eric, I think, mentioned, was the getting everyone to that 5-year, within that 5-year to the mid-range, which we had for police and fire, but we did not have for general government. It was an 8-year transition to get to the mid-range, and for an equitability standpoint, we felt like everyone in the organization should have an opportunity to get to that midpoint within 5 years. Now, police and fire are guaranteed because they're on steps. the general government folks still are not guaranteed, but if they do good work, they'll get there through the performance evaluation process.
I'll ask 3 questions, but 2 of them I think are pretty straightforward. On page 113, you've got the 1687 in there, but nothing in prior years, but I know we did something last year, so is that basically in the individual departments? Is that where that's coming?
Yep, that's correct. We will distribute that to each department before the budget is distributed when it's adopted.
The second relatively easy question, and I think it pertains here, but well, maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'll save that one for when we get to the fire department.
Thank you.
Third question, I guess, is this. If this $1.7 million is computed based on the staff distribution as it exists today, but per what Eric just said, if our expectation is that a significant chunk of folks are going to retire at some point and we would probably replace with a lower entry level, what do you guys anticipate the impact on this number might be given a different distribution of employees and pay rates, if that makes sense? In other words, you've got a handful of people that are gone at high levels, so you replace them, then all of a sudden you don't need quite as much, right?
Right. However, bear in mind that we've factored for the vacancies as we know them today, or as best we know them today, and our vacancy rates or our turnover rates are higher, obviously, than previous years. The presumption is that we're going to budget for a higher amount each year while we see the turnover occur through this budget process. So on some level, we've already factored for the reduction, if you want to think of it that way, because we're factoring for a vacancy as a hiring range if it's a civilian position, or the very entry-level step position if it's a safety position. So that's been factored as best possible based on our current vacancies, and that's what we would do year over year.
So that part I get, but what I guess I'm disconnected on is if our turnover statistics, what I'm sort of hearing from you guys is that the turnover statistics are not entirely, but maybe largely driven by the fact that we've got a lot of folks that have been employed for a long time or are contemplating retirement in the not too distant future.
Right.
Relatively speaking. I get the vacancy stuff where you've got empty spots that need to be filled. But if turnover is being driven because of retirements, it seems reasonable to assume this number may be computed based on folks that are likely to retire soon-ish. And if that's in fact true, what does this number go to if you assume, I don't know, pick a number. So, you've got 10 people that are going to retire, and now all of a sudden you got lower entry. Does it drop 200,000 out of this number? I don't know.
There's 2 pieces there. So again, just going back to the fact that we're already factoring for the vacancies that we know exist, and they're higher certainly than they have been in past years.
Yeah.
So we've already lowered that. So you're already factored for at least a portion of what you're talking about.
Okay.
The second piece is that's certainly an interesting gamble. And I'm not sure that I would want to gamble the budget on the fact that I'm expecting or hoping that a certain percentage of employees are going to retire. We could certainly do that, but we'd all have to understand that we're taking a gamble with that.
Yeah, but aren't you already making that gamble because the statistic, I don't know, this chart you sent along assumes you're going to go 129 annualized job postings versus 59 the last 2 years by virtue of the fact that a lot of people are going to retire.
I'm definitely estimating how many job postings my folks are going to have to make.
Yeah.
But I'm not factoring for that in the budget because that's a hypothetical. And I could certainly guess, but I don't know how many that's going to be.
Are you factoring, I don't want to get argumentative. I really don't. But
You are, though.
No.
Okay, all right. Well, I thought I might be getting to that point, and I'm not intending to do that.
You're just putting a number out there with a swag, just
Right.
likely to be this, but you're not like picking heads, like this guy's going, this guy's going.
Right.
You factored any in. In terms of getting this number, have you made any assumption that, we're going to, 5 will retire, or 2 will retire?
What I'm factoring for is based on our current history. So what today's history is what I'm basing it off of. So those are the vacancies that we already have and that we've put into the budget at that lower hiring range.
So, Eric, to maybe appease Councilmember Stallman on this, there's a couple of ways to deal with staffing and projecting that. So I don't know the answer to this, even though I'm asking the question. One is you can assume full staffing in every one of the positions being full. That number would probably be higher than assuming there is actually going to be some vacancies that occur during the year. In the past, I've worked with an executive director that planned on full vacancies or full staffing for the entire year. Then we set up a process in March which said, you're not having full staffing, so we're going to have a surplus that we then used for projects. So we can either do it one way or the other. Eric's approach with the other directors on this is to say, we're going to assume a turnover rate, and that's what's in this number.
I would add that if you were to go down the path of making that assumption, that we also have to factor for vacation payout when somebody resigns, so it's not exactly as cut and dry as you think. And we have to, realize that sometimes when there's a vacancy, we have to figure out how to get the work done anyway, and we often will have to replace that person with a temporary sort of person to get the work done. So some of those dollars that you would project as vacancy would be spent anyway.
Move on.
I have one question on where do we have like the payouts for former employees where there were issues? Where would that fall under?
The legal issues?
Yeah. Is that an insurance issue, or because we end up paying something out?
It typically goes through CIRSA, which is our risk carrier.
Through insurance, 100%?
Yes, and then we pay any of our deductibles to the insurer. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Council, we okay? Okay. Move on.
Let me ask,
Too late.
well, yes and no. You say that, but you don't mean it.
Oh, but he does. The slide means it.
But it sort of gets back to Councilmember Beckman's question. And honestly, I'm not trying to get into the weeds, but we start out with this question, and it's a big question. And then some of the other ones, fire is going to be big, but this is a big question. And I'm supportive of the concept as it was elaborated a couple years ago. I thought staff stepped up when the economy was dodgy, and we froze people for a couple years, or minimal kind of stuff. I have no issue with the general concept. The mechanics of it, theoretically, we could look at it from the standpoint of, I think, doing what Phil and Eric were talking about, which is maybe you make some sort of assumptions and you see what your run rate is, and then you can come back and make a mid-year course correction, hypothetically, and I know I use that word a lot, but to adjust as need be. But it sort of is what Bruce was talking about, in that if we're looking for money and we're not trying to kick can down the road, a couple $100,000 here or there is not the end of the world as far as capital projects are concerned, I guess.
Correct.
So it's more philosophically, how do we want to approach this? We can say, yeah, we're okay with this. But by the time we get to the 30th question, we're okay with the whole thing, and we still got the overhang.
So our people are our greatest asset. What we're putting in this budget is the compensation for the 450 families that this organization supports, plus all the part-time people. The core components in here are the merit increases that Eric spoke of, the other compensation components. As I opened with, we don't spend every penny in there. We know we're going to have salary savings through turnover. You just have the lag time, and even if we're expending or we're contracting, we typically end up with significant salary savings at the end of the year. That rolls back into the general fund at the end of the year, which continues to play. And so it's not a matter of we're spending $1.7 million and it's gone, because the actual operational component of it is, if there's not a vacancy until February, we don't post it till then, there's something else. And I'd be very concerned about doing a mid-year adjustment, because we have commitments on 401k matches, on vacation, accrual components, people getting merits earlier in the year, and if you're later in the year and the council changed their mind and said, well, we're not going to support additional, now you have differentials of where people merits earlier in the year before there was the adjustment was or wasn't approved. And so I'd rather the council really looked at the philosophical piece of, do you support, for example, all of our staff getting to a midpoint within a 5-year period? That was the significant policy shift that, as the department heads, we agreed on, that was a fair thing for all staff to be able to do it. So there's a push this year, because we have to we're in a transitional year. Next year, it won't be as significant, because we're not trying to make up for lost time on it. Lord knows there might be other issues that are out there. But it's really those types of policy questions, and that's what we laid out in this one in here. I mean, we can micromanage and try to look at what do we think our actual turnover is. I'm going to tell you, I actually think people are also staying right now because morale is higher. So those people who were thinking about retiring, they got some new department heads, they're going, well, maybe I'll stick around for a few more years. And so, that could balance out what we think is going to be a higher level of retirement. You get new department heads in, you get a push out of those folks who say, I'm done now. I'm ready to go do another chapter. And then you also have people who are going, oh, sweet, this is great. I'm going to stay for a couple more years. We just don't know what it is, but we don't spend the money for the sake of spending the money.
But I think that kind of flavor is important to the discussion. So I appreciate you saying, putting some of that out, because there's more to it than just the policy question.
Absolutely. There's the mechanics of, again, every position is evaluated before it's filled. Do we need it? What is the current need? Because if you take someone who's retiring after X number of years, we haven't evaluated that position. Right. And so if it's in police, Chief Stevens is tasked with looking at that job description. Does the organization still need it? Does that position still represent the various attributes that it is responsible for? Let's modify it and change it. And Eric sees that all the time. We're always sending stuff out to Mountain States, because our needs do change on a regular basis.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And the other part I will mention is remember when we put this in place, we also put in a place that says we're going to monitor the market, and our positions are scored, and they're now in a position where they're comparable with the market. And so this is not just an internal policy component when we're talking about midpoints.
No, likewise, I think that's the right kind of color and context. So, all right, appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. Number 2. Oh, Peggy.
So, since the city manager just said something, I'm wanting to make sure I heard what you said that I don't think quite
I have no recollection of what I've said.
You said when somebody's leaving,
Get the plate.
we don't really evaluate the position, whether we really need it, until somebody's leaving. But I think in the 7 years, almost 8 years I've been on, there's been a lot of evaluating ongoing, and occasionally the department head says, we really could do this differently.
Absolutely.
Right. So I just wanted to correct that for anybody that's awake at home listening, whatever.
Yeah, we have done several reorganizations in my 4 years, and that's based upon less around individual positions and more around organizational restructuring to meet council's expectation of our services.
Yeah.
So I think those are two separate conversations, but yes.
Thank you.
And just, I think it's worth looking at Roman numeral number 7 on the budget message. There's a chart there, and it's the discussion that's starting today and is going to have to be for the next 5 years. When you look at the budget from 2012 to the proposed budget for 2016, it goes up roughly $10 million. You look at the personnel services in 2012 to 2016, that goes up roughly $10 million. I mean, this is the, if we had to go somewhere, this is where we would have to go. So it's, with caution that we proceed putting these slots on and hiring these positions, because it's where the discussion is going to have to go if we don't find a way to increase that margin into a safety and be able to have capital.
Okay. Moving on to policy question number 2, which we anticipate not taking quite as long. Does council support adding a 0.5 FTE for the assistant city attorney? Kristen?
So this is a request for a half-time assistant city attorney. I'm thinking that this would be an entry-level position, someone recently out of law school. As you know, in the past, the city attorney's office was staffed with 2 full-time in-house attorneys and a full-time prosecutor. We're currently staffed with myself and a half-time contract prosecutor. I don't think that another full-time assistant attorney is necessary, but I do think there is some need for someone to handle routine day-to-day matters that will allow me to focus on being more responsive and providing a larger breadth of coverage for city council and department directors and the city manager on some of the more complex and long-term projects. We have a major city code overhaul anticipated and some other large development projects coming down the pike, and so just anticipating that.
Council, questions? Deb?
One of the things that we talked about when we were discussing your annual was how long it takes to get some information out of your office. And one of the things that you had indicated was that you have to rely on staff outside of your office, clearly, and to get that information for you, and you kind of have to get in queue as they've got other things that they're having to get done. So would this position, would that eliminate some of that logjam? Would this person be able to help get you that information so you would not have to rely on another department that may have, a waiting period for you?
Yes, to some extent. I mean, there is some information that is going to be administrative that I would still need to get from staff. But this person could also do some of the preliminary research and have the time to go and get that groundwork. So I think to some extent, yes.
Kristen, my question is finding someone that's part-time in the marketplace, just your sense of whether that's a practical expectation or not.
I think it is. I think that there are law school graduates that are looking, not to work full-time. They may be, doing other sorts of work. They may be stay-at-home parents, school-age children, things like that. So I think that there is a market for it. But probably the majority of attorneys would prefer full-time work. I don't think we have that need. And so I'd like to see if I can find someone. I certainly, have colleagues that do that sort of work, and it's actually desirable. So, let's see.
So might this be somebody on the other end of their career who wanted to cut back and has lots of experience?
I suppose it could be. I think the salary range I'm looking at would be an entry-level position, and I think some of the focus that we've heard from City Manager Penny is encouraging entry-level graduates to, take on a life of public service and really trying to foster that. And so that's what I would be hoping to do, but I certainly wouldn't be opposed to someone if they're sort of looking at retiring. I guess I'd like to take a longer-term view that this is someone we're grooming to eventually, who might want to eventually become the city attorney, whereas someone who's at the end of their career may not have that focus, so.
But we might have a kind of turnover. They stay here a couple of years and get good and then go away, so we're just having this churn.
But yes, that's always a possibility.
Thank you.
If we do our job well, that someone steals them from us.
Okay, other questions? Okay, Council, and we'll move on.
I did also. So the total contract attorney, is that going to reduce? I mean, I know it's going down by about 30, but it's not going to be 30 offset total for what we would have for part-time attorney.
So I think that overall, so we're changing the categories because contract attorney was originally the category that Ken Fellman's expenditures came out of, and then we have a special counsel budget that had originally been for our specialists, our water attorney, things like that. And then
no effect on that as far as having
yes, there was a decrease. You'll see that I dropped it from $130,000 to $100,000 for those outside counsel fees. So I think overall it's a net increase of about $20,000.
So that person would help reduce.
Yes, the outside counsel fees.
That's one of the places where you're seeing it by about 30.
Yes.
Deb?
Would this position handle any of the meetings that you currently handle?
Yes, so I would see them handling, I do a lot of contract review work, and so training them on doing contract review, and then some of the day-to-day questions that I get from staff, and then as well as handling some of the other boards and commissions. Right now I do use outside counsel for licensing authority, and so there would be a cost savings there, but then also Board of Adjustment, which doesn't meet very regularly, but that would be an excellent board for an entry-level attorney to handle, and historic preservation. But I would anticipate that I would still be covering planning board and city council, of course.
Okay. Thank you, Kristen.
All right. Deputy City Manager Mike Broughton will handle these city manager ones. Policy question number 3 is, does council support providing matching funds to Littleton Public Schools for playground renovations at Runyon Elementary at a cost of $50,000 out of the open space fund?
Thank you, Council. You may recall upon the departure of our former Public Works Director, we moved the management of our parks, trails, open space relationship with South Suburban up to the City Manager's office, and I've taken that on. Part of this includes some of these questions that you'll be seeing. The first, $50,000 to Runyon Elementary. In past years, you provided $50,000 as match money for both Euclid and Centennial School of Fine Arts, as well as been the sponsor of the application to Arapahoe County, to their open space fund. LPS is requesting that we do that again, and this time for Runyon Elementary. As you can see, it does serve as a neighborhood park, and they're hoping to make it a little more compliant with ADA. So it's an update to what they currently have.
Deb?
You know, I kind of have this question going on in my head, and after we met with South Suburban last Thursday, and they kind of gave this list of projects that are at some form of either grant request or something in the line of moving things slowly through our process. We're doing a Parks and Rec master plan, and so I'm just, so if we're going to do this master plan, but we've got all these things that we somehow have already decided we need to do based on, I don't know what, because we're not basing it on a master plan. Do we have how cart before the horse? I mean, are these the types of things that can wait until we have a master plan and then make things happen based on what that plan tells us we should do? I mean, I don't think that there's anything wrong with this. I'm not sure that people would say, oh, no, we shouldn't do that. But maybe there's a better idea. Maybe there's something different that could be done. We don't know yet.
This is really a continuation of the partnership with LPS on renovating the school playgrounds.
Except that is also part of the entire community because they are used as community playgrounds.
Which is where the concept came from initially. I'm not. I don't disagree. That was where the impetus for this partnership came from. You're absolutely right. We're continuing this in lieu of having the master plan completed. What that master plan says about Runyon and what should the playground look like, what are the components it should have, may be different than what is proposed right now. I'm not sure where LPS is on this, whether they would do this absent our participation.
Likely no. Okay. They haven't budgeted the $50,000 for next year, no.
Okay. So, we could wait. This will be done, I believe, June of next year, the master plan?
Correct. It would put them off a year on their construction schedule, or application, I should say, to Arapahoe County.
Or is it possible that we could go ahead and apply but not have them start the project until post-master plan completion and
Oh, yeah,
council
it's
adoption?
likely the case. They're going through the Centennial project that council put funds for this year. They're in the process of that now, and they don't anticipate construction until probably next summer. So it's usually they get a grant, it's a year out before they actually do work on it. I was going to add this and other projects up here, just because we don't have a master plan necessarily guiding some of these things. We know we have needs out there, and I know you understand that. So that's part of the reason why we support moving forward with some of these projects.
And you could have us come back post-master plan go ahead and apply for the grant, so we're in the cycle, come back prior to expenditure, and have us explain how it correlates with the master plan outcome.
When do we expect the first public outreach on the master plan?
It's all happening in October, I believe.
October 21st, 22nd, and 28th is what's planned right now.
Because I'd like to see that outreach includes that we have these kind of things hovering, and I think I don't have an issue with applying for those grants. We need to get in queue for that, and they are a little bit of a process. If you get the money, then that's better. And then if we decide we want to do something different, I'm just thinking the community says, well, we don't want another merry-go-round there. We would rather have. And so I just think getting that input is going to be healthier than us not getting it and moving ahead with plans.
Yeah, and to apply for the grant, you do have to have money in the bank. You have to certify that you have the funds available to match it. So that's part of the reason why they need this funding.
Okay, can we, with the caveat of putting it in the budget to support the grant request, and that we get an update in the context of the master plan come June of 2016? Any other issues or questions? Okay. Peggy?
So there are other, I support what we're saying, but there are some other schools in Littleton that I think also need to have some upgrades, and I hope we'd facilitate some of that discussion. One is Moody Elementary, which is closer in my neighborhood, and I know some folks several folks whose children go there, and they very much want some more things there.
And I would suggest to them that they would start with the school system.
Right, but I'm just saying that if...
We're not going to lead that because it's their property.
Well, I understand that. I'm just suggesting we keep in mind with our budgeting to hopefully support those if we can get that dialogue with the schools to come forward to us.
Noted.
Policy question number 4, does council support funding capital improvements at South Platte Park? And there are 3 items that South Platte Park has requested. And we pay 50% of the first two and 35% of the third. So the first two are wood treatment on both the Carson Nature Center and the classroom building. And you can see some of the photos there of the wood starting to fade. And lastly, the replacement of a park ranger vehicle, which is currently at 150,000 miles.
So is mine. Question. Just saying. Do you have any recollection, because we just treated those buildings not too long ago. At least, I know that log cabin, we just spent a lot of money a number of years ago on that. And I think that the other one has had some work on it. So what my concern is, it's not so much that, okay, there may be a need for it, but why is there a need so soon after we already thought we took care of them? So what, I'm not going to the weeds, but what process are they using? What's going on? Because to continue every couple of years to have to do that, you don't have to paint your house that often. So that concerns me, because I don't, I think that those are pretty substantial buildings and that's pricey. Do you remember?
I do not.
You weren't here, but, well, it's definitely within the last few years.
Yeah, I want to say it might have been my first year. I vaguely remember that. It might have been in 12 that we did it, and I don't remember the specifics, though.
Yeah.
I think it was in the 2012 budget.
If we could get that information
Sure.
and then bring it back, just so we have to look at.
I suppose aluminum siding is out of the question.
You guys own part of this.
It's a material evaluation.
Okay, so request for additional information.
And I want to support that. I think it's not the items, it's the process. And you know, it's that nickel dime, here these suddenly appear to the top, how'd they get there, what'd they bypass? And that's, I think, our concern, and I think we are wanting that Park Rec's strategic relationship to make decisions about this.
Well, and there's also the outstanding management agreement with renewal with regard to South Platte Park, too. So all of those you might put in the same mix, Mike.
Yeah.
6 years ago. I guess we just found that information, and it was 6 years ago, Debbie.
See what I remember.
I just think that that's pretty short time for that to have to be done again.
We'll get the data for you. I think
Maybe they need to
I've
use a
never
higher
owned a log
quality
cabin.
product.
It totally depends on the material, that's what the driver is.
Yeah, well, that's,
Yeah.
yeah.
But we'll get it. We'll get you the information.
It isn't like painting it, because the paint is it doesn't-
Yeah.
So this is just the wood, it's going to cost a lot more, and it's exposed wood.
They've got to seal it.
We'll get the info for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Policy question number 5. Does council support partnering with South Suburban Parks and Rec to complete playground and other park and open space improvements in 2016? And you can see in these following slides, Little's Creek Playground and Trail, or renovating and often, this was already actually covered in Kelly's video, so I kind of feel like we could just play her video again real quick. So renovate the 25-year-old playground equipment at Little's Creek, and also widen the sidewalk down Broadway as an alternative to the Highland Canal Trail. Charlie Emily Park renovations on both the playground, shelter, and courts there, and also ADA accessibility. Lee Gulch Trail and Bridge, so it'd be... Which one? The Emily one? Lee Gulch Trail and Bridge is this, yeah. Yeah, so that's addressing the bridge, the abutment, replacement of new Crusher Fine Trail there. And then lastly, the South Platte Park Mary Carter Greenway Trail signage project, that's Phase 2. We're in the process of working towards implementation of Phase 1 right now.
So when they say the Crusher Fine Trail, that is indeed that crusher stuff and not that powder stuff that we've been complaining about on the other one. This is the good stuff?
It's similar. It's a similar product. It's a gravel
No, gravel's gravel. We're talking powder at the one that people are upset about.
Just to add to that the powder is a subsurface support to the fine crusher fine on top. So it's the same stuff. The powder needs to cure, and that's the point that the director was bringing up last week.
When it cures, it's going to go to the bottom?
It'll solidify.
It hardens.
Hardens.
No, it's a different stuff. Sorry.
Any questions on any of these 4 projects?
Yeah, one question. On your Lee Gulch Bridge there, help me understand what exactly they're going to do, because I thought they put a new concrete bridge in there not too long ago. And I guess if it's a foundational issue or if they have to support or do something to reinforce, is that what they're doing?
It's new abutment, so they'll take out the existing bridge and replace it with a little bit wider bridge that allows for maintenance vehicles to cross.
Oh, I see.
And it's also full concrete abutments. I believe right now it's rocks that are kind of held together with concrete.
And Bruce, the location of this one is further down the gulch.
Yeah, that's right before Laddie, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
Some of those already have grant on them? Grant money?
The only one that is, no, these do not have grant funds on them. The one that we will have to pursue a grant for that we have not budgeted for is Charlie Emily Park renovations. That will require a $300,000 grant. But the rest of these are fully funded.
Okay, so this one could be one of those that gets tied in with the master planning. Okay. We're not calling it the Blue Tennis Court Park anymore?
Yes, that one.
Okay.
Oh, and the trail signage does have a grant associated with it as well. Bigfoot or something up there, right? Kind of looks like that, doesn't it? It's supposed to be a silhouette of an individual walking with a parka on, I believe, so.
Bundled up.
It's cold outside. We're walking on the trail.
Jerry, that's my best side.
Is that what?
You want,
I've seen that sign.
you want the sign to say, I believe?
Okay. Other questions or additional information? Okay, move on.
Thank you. How do you want to handle highlights?
So we identified the highlights in here, and I guess we just would ask if there's any questions from council on the highlights. Bruce, you don't get to read them now. That would be, I'm sorry, that would be bad, Bruce.
I would like to ask that at some point, even in a study session, that we go back over that South Suburban, the South Platte Park Master Plan again. We looked at that a couple years ago, had a whole lot of things that we had talked about and changes and things like that, and haven't seen any revisit of that, and would like to do that.
Okay, we can set that up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to communications and marketing. Kelly's coming up. So while she's coming up, I'll go ahead and read the policy question. We'll move us along. Number 6 is, does council support creation of a 1.0 FTE digital marketing specialist to increase the frequency of communications, double the number of Littleton report issues, and develop a monthly online newspaper, among other things? Kelly, welcome.
Good evening, Council. As Michael explained, this might not be as much about doubling the frequency of the Littleton report as about improving communication. I'll give you an example of the Littleton report that we're working on now. The deadline for that was Tuesday, September 8th, and that's the October/November issue. So we're asking people to give us information in early September for an issue that has to last till the end of November. So you can see information gets stale, plus it's hard to predict some things that far in advance. So this position would be a person who has very good writing skills. There's a lot of good stories about the city that we could tell, and we try to tell them all, but it's not possible with the existing staff. So as you talked about earlier with an entry-level position, I don't think this would be quite entry-level, but it would be somebody who's got very good writing skills and who could post information to all of our digital media platforms. One of the things we talk about now is we call it COPE, create once, publish everywhere. And as you're probably aware, we have See-Click Fix, we have Open Littleton, and through no one's fault, those are just a little neglected because nobody's really got time to manage those as well. So, anything we write, we post to the city Facebook page. We have the Littleton Rocks website for events. We've got Facebook, we've got Twitter. We've got more than 4,000 followers on Twitter and 3,000 on Facebook. We've got the cable television channel. So we do have a lot of digital platforms that we can post information to. So that's the goal of this position. Yes?
Question. We have the numbers you just said. How many of those are discrete? Like so many for Facebook, so many for something else? Are a lot of people on more than one thing?
I'm sure they are. I don't know if there's any way of knowing if a particular person is on Facebook and Twitter both.
Okay.
A lot of the, way you sign up for some of these sites is, it's not Kelly Nardi is the name, it's something else.
Okay. Then, if, as this says, I'm going to read, I know you just said it, community members continue to turn online for more and more of their information needs. So to that extent, I'm wondering if we really need to have the Littleton Report every month if more and more people are getting the more immediate electronic means.
One of the things that we are in the process of developing for the Littleton Report, in fact, we looked at it today, is we're going to make the Littleton Report more like an online newspaper. So we've gone and looked at the Denver Post, and today we looked at the Dallas Morning News, so that when we do post a new press release, it doesn't have to wait to be posted to the Littleton Report. It'll still go on the website, but we'll have, right now the Littleton Report on the website is a PDF. And so it's not interactive, it's not live. So as soon as we get a new press release about something, we post it on there, and it's just like a digital newspaper.
Jerry? Peggy, you asked almost the same question that I was going to ask, which kind of scares me a little bit. I don't know about you. But along that same line what Peggy was going to, is what does it cost for one publication then to get it out to the citywide?
The Littleton Report?
Yes.
I think it's budgeted at, what is it, Doug, like $30,000 a year? And so that's six issues. It comes out every other month. And then the postage is additional. That comes out of the general ops budget.
So is the 45, does that include the monthly, the increase by 6 months?
Yeah.
And also, again, with what Peggy was saying, though, I'm wondering, does it make sense to, I know you're out there with this electronic stuff all the time, trying to find the best, most effective way to communicate. And I know it's hard as we always try. It seems like there's always those that never got a word about what we're talking about.
There are.
Yeah. Is the report hitting people that just, it's the only way they find out this information?
If you look at our 2014 and 12 citizen survey, I think it was mid-80% get their information from the Littleton Report. And so while the transition to electronic media is continuing, I think certainly in the near term, we need to, that's part of the increased desire for going monthly. And part of this is it's not an either or. You still need the person to create the content and do it. And everything that we do, we're putting out both electronically, and we want to get into the Littleton Report as well. That's part of what Kelly was saying around getting it, you post it online. And as we see the trend shift through the surveys to say more and more people are getting it electronically, we can potentially change the frequency of the Littleton Report. But mid-80s, it's our number one way through the community survey that people are saying they're getting information. So at least in the near term, meaning several years, I think the Littleton Report is the key place to do it. But again, content takes time and staff as well. And we don't even really talk about when we do a video or something like that, it's not around Channel 8. It's really getting it out into the internet, because people can grab it off of YouTube or a variety of other electronic connections. So it's omnipresence is what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, along the same line, though, does it make more sense to just have a live version of it online and then put it out every other month, but reminding folks that it is available online to encourage people to do it that way?
Well, I think that's a possibility, but, they talk about the digital divide, about people who, don't have immediate access to getting online. And as Michael said in the 2014 survey, I think we listed everything, the Denver Post, the local weekly newspapers, radio, television, you name it. The Facebook page, the Littleton Report is #1 in print. Like 82% or something like that of people always or almost always read it. So it's got a very devoted, loyal following. So I don't think we're at a point yet where we want to stop doing the print version.
I'm not talking about stopping, but we're talking about doubling it.
Well, we are. And, we're going to have to work through this. I don't think, I have all the answers today. Things tend to slow down quite a bit when you look at December, January, and February. There's not a lot of construction projects to talk about because it's the winter. There's not a lot of events to talk about. So, we might have to see how it goes and see if we do have enough information to go that frequently. The other thing we've talked about is making it shorter. Instead of 8 pages, we go 4, but we go monthly. So we're still going to work this out if this is something you want to do.
Thank you.
Yep. Deb?
Well, I fully support this because I think it helps solve a number of issues. We've talked repeatedly about community outreach and getting the message out regarding things that we're doing or we've done or things that are coming up. And it's challenging because there, used to be just one mechanism back in the old days, one mechanism, and so there was only one because that was the only one people were reading. Now it's just splintered all over, and you really don't know what they're reading. The Denver Post hasn't given up their hard copy. The Independent, the Villager, any of those that do have the electronic online, they haven't given up their hard papers either. So I think it will, it may eventually transition to that, but at this point, it's probably our best mechanism to get people to go online and look at what's there and start retraining people and showing them another place to get their information, which comes faster and more instantaneous, which is where we really lack in our ability to do, because that's what, you can boom, and I can tell you exactly what happened 5 minutes ago in downtown Denver, right, as long as it was, a car wreck. But, so that's the stuff we don't do real well widely right now, and I think this will be a huge benefit to that. And then I would also, not get into your job, but you're talking about content in certain months where we're slow. It might be kind of fun to do like some special interest stories and some stories that I think we know about these really wonderful little things and about Littleton or about this, that, or the other thing, and trying to help to share some of that, so there may be some opportunities there. But I like the fact that you are looking at hiring a strong writer, and I think that's really important that they have those skills.
We call the website, well, I do, well, we all do now, we call it the mothership, and it's got 1,200 pages of information on it. So, it's a great repository for information. So we try to, everything we do, we drive people back to littletongov.org because that's where you can find, hopefully, the detailed reports and, the entire budget if you want to dive in there. That's where all the detail is.
Yeah. The next step is when you get someone inquiring is saying, folks that inquired about that we're also interested in. So, Bill.
Do you have a mechanism for when we have something that might come before council that's controversial, or would it be desirable to go to a focused audience, like the smoking ordinance that came up, where you'd have a mechanism to go into downtown and contact those people or make sure that they are aware of that, so we don't have the, gee, I didn't know about it, issues that come whenever there's something that's controversial.
Are you talking about overcoming human nature?
I'm trying to overcome part of human nature, Or at least get it there in a way that is more prevalent in the community.
No. I'll give you the criterion as an example. Every property, it's like 900 properties that are in the football, got a letter telling them we were having the criterion, and then they got a door hanger telling them we were having a criterion, but we still had people tell us that they didn't know we were having a criterion. So I don't know. I mean, we continue, when we did Inspire Littleton at the meet, greet, and eat, what we did was try to sign people up for Inspire Littleton, and I think that worked pretty well. We had, 600 people participating on it, but I don't know of some magical way to get every single person, but we try. And we can do targeted direct mailings too, which we do with meet, greet, and eat.
Okay. And that would be more what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
And you will always hear.
I'm well aware of that.
Yeah. And whether or not people heard from it, you attack the process when you don't like the content.
Well, that's true, but I think there's a certain validity to the fact that when you only have 2 weeks between a first reading and a second reading, that people may not.
Well, we do have that function on the website where people can go in and pick things that they are interested in, and then they get an email when those things start to pop up, when there's
eConnect.
Yeah. Are we going to do that, because we talked about, I think I talked to you about it, a sort of a newsletter, not elaborate, but a regular, maybe even monthly, to downtown property owners and merchants, widely, not just the hoodlum group, widely, that talks about what the city's doing.
Yep.
That would directly affect them, so we get that truth out to all. Just saying. We going to do that still?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Next question.
So I like what you want to do here, even though I ask questions. Why not go to even more frequent, but not so many pages, publication? If we really are trying to get things out in a timely way, maybe every 2 weeks? Besides driving you crazy. But I mean, it would.
I just have to say, oh my God, I don't know. But
I mean, you would.
let me try monthly first and see how that goes.
Yeah.
Well, I was saying maybe you try the one and then go monthly if that didn't work. But
I
if
think
the
when we see
idea
the
really is to
2016
get them.
survey, we'll get some ideas.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
anyway, just
Hey.
So
meditate
support
on it.
for policy question 6? Great. Policy question 7, does council support additional city events, including the Big Wonderful and summer concerts? So Kelly will explain the $25,000 for that.
So I know the mayor knows what the Big Wonderful is. I don't know if any of the rest of you do. I certainly did not. Oh, Debbie does, because you're hip. The Big Wonderful is an event that's held every Saturday in a vacant property in downtown Denver. I guess it has been a tremendous success. It is everything you can imagine. It's street performers, live bands, food trucks, fashion shows, farmers market. You can go on their website and look at it, and I think there's some information in here about it. But they have approached us about moving the Big Wonderful here. The property that they are putting the event on in Denver has sold, so they're there through this fall. But next year they're looking for a new venue. I think they're going to try to do one in Littleton and do an additional one somewhere in the northern part of the metro area. So, I don't have a heck of a lot of specifics about it, except that we did meet with them, and what they need more than anything is a venue, and they were on this vacant lot in Denver with no trees, and it was dusty, and we showed them Geneva Park, and they absolutely just fell in love with it. We have this beautiful little park here that I think is really an underutilized asset. There are a lot of advantages to doing events here. We have access to the building and to restrooms. Parking. We have plenty of parking. We have a beautiful little lake down there. So they would love to do that event here, but we still, have a lot of discussion to do. If for some reason that doesn't pan out, we did the Little Jam this summer on August 8th as a part of Western Welcome Week, and we had that 80s band. And I think by all measures, it was a tremendous success. If you talk to the owner of Delizio's, who had his food truck out there, he said it was the most successful event of his entire business. Everybody had a great time. It got rave reviews. So we've talked about doing a monthly concert in downtown Littleton and Bega Park, because we weren't really sure if we could pull it off in Bega Park, but it actually worked out great to just close Bega Street. It didn't put too much of a demand on police and fire and public works, I don't think. I mean, there's some, but not anything like a parade or closing Main Street. So, we'll do one or all of those things with some additional funding.
Jerry?
So we're not reinventing the event?
No, they would just basically move out here, and we allow them to use our property to do it. But I don't think it'll be a big impact on
And
staff.
this comes under the special event line item?
Yes.
And then also, where's the location? We talking Bega or
We're
here?
talking about Geneva Park for the Big Wonderful, and we're talking about Bega Park for the concerts. So we call it Little Jam number 1 and Little Jam number 2. And
Yeah, so you're talking about a split type thing? Thank you.
Yep.
I think these are great ideas, and I think that it does bring a kind of a fun excitement and adding different things and doing different things, so that you actually bring people from other places to come to experience, because it's only happening here. I think that's great. But I'd like to see, and I know you have been working on this, particularly with even the criterion this year, a lot more of our aggressive solicitation of sponsorships and having sponsors help pay for some of the hard costs that we have, because I think that we could bring in 3,500 people. That's pretty substantial for anybody who's doing any, marketing. And so I know you are working on that. I would just encourage that continues, so that we can continue to have these bigger and better and have them help pay for it.
we'll do.
So, this sounds great, but I don't think this is necessarily going to enhance downtown. If you've got all this exciting activity there, who the devil cares about downtown, at least when that's here? And I don't mean that bad, but I don't think that's going to be an effect. It'll be a competing kind of thing. People aren't going to go and eat and party and do whatever, probably, and then go downtown to eat. They'll just keep waiting for more of those. But the idea is good, so I'm willing for us to try it.
Okay.
Council, any objection? Seeing none? Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, and our budget highlighted there, increasing the maintenance budget. And then we move to economic development.
Let's take that.
So I'm going to help Denise out here with her voice to minimize her needing to talk. Policy question number 8 is, does council support additional funding for the revitalization incentive grant program, encouraging larger project and private investment?
Good evening. The history of this grant, you probably all know, began in 2013 when council approved $50,000 for this grant program. And then you gave us 25 more for the subsequent year, so we were up to 75. It was even discussed that we go higher, but I wanted to be conservative and build the interest and knowledge of the grant before we had that kind of commitment. And I do think that we're there. And so some of the examples that you can see here, what we're looking for is private investment to majorly offset any of the grant awards. And so German Car Shop was a really good economic development example. It's a little hard to tell here, but if you look at it now, this landscaping is much more well found out. And they also were able to sort of double the ability to service people and provide loaner cars for them. And they are going to come back again this year. They're going to expand into more of the space that they have. So, this Walter's Pizzeria, it's over on Lowell. You can see the before. It was Bomar Pizza. And then Walters came in and did a much more attractive signage, and then they built the outdoor seating, which is kind of nice. And that was a project cost of $20,000 and a grant award of $6,000.
They took parking spaces on that?
Yes, they did. There's a lot of parking down there, though, behind.
Yeah, and it's private.
It is
private lot.
Correct.
Overparked.
The most dramatic one, I believe, was the rehab of the old Party Time on South Broadway. It's now Joe's Plumbing and HVAC. It's just amazing how they made the improvements. You can see on all sides of it, and signage and landscape. And they spent a little over $17,000, and their award was $8,600. And they managed their costs because they did a lot of the work themselves. So it would have been much higher had they hired contractors. Another project is Inglewood Camera. This is a much more dramatic look change in person than it is here, but they just revamped the whole front part of it, and we've spoken to them about this, and their business has increased. There's more of a visual attraction over there to their side of the street, and so it's helped their business as well. So that was about $9,200, and it was a $4,600 award. And maybe another extremely dramatic change is Gino's Auto Service on West Bowles. He's just so excited about this project. What a great guy, what a great service. And he spent almost $400,000 on these improvements, and we maxed him out at $11,000. So really a good example. The reason that we're asking for this increase this year again is that I think we've got a better handle on how to market the grant, and we're going to approach some of the aging shopping centers. We have in the past, but the thresholds weren't high enough for them to justify the more major improvements. And so if we had about 25 more, I think that we can encourage these larger projects, higher investment. We do still have about $35,000 remaining in this year's grant fund, but I believe that we'll have it all used up by the end of the year. I'm sorry, what's in the policy question?
In the estimate in the one chart for the end of year, 70,000, but another estimate is 75,000. So a couple of the numbers weren't jibing.
I'm not sure.
That's budgeted versus what they expect to use.
Yeah, no, but there was an end-of-year estimate.
Yeah, the budget's 75, and the year-end estimate in the budget book was 70. But I think Denise expects to spend all that $75,000.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
One thing I like about this is it's locally owned, meaning they're in Colorado, businesses that are here, and these are neighborhood folks, and it's really focused on taking them and helping them with some seed refurnish, and they're putting up at least a match on this, if not even more than that. Deb?
Yeah, I agree. I think that it shows a great collaboration, cooperation, and we're not handing them the whole amount of money. They are all putting in, every single one of them, I think, put in more than
they do.
And that really does help. Instead of planting 2 trees, you're able to plant 5 trees, and that could make a substantial difference. I think this is by far one of the more brilliant things that we've done. I mean, and it's not a lot of money.
It really isn't.
But the impact is absolutely amazing. You drive by places all day long and go, man, they need to. They should have that need.
Yeah.
Well, now we're handing them and helping them, and I think that's
And then
exactly what we should be doing.
As staff, we're also going to be targeting more of those. So as we do our typical outreach, we're going to go armed with the grant
Yeah, and
possibilities as
this in a, a handout or something like that that shows, I would love to have something like this for the citizens to see. Because I don't know that they're equating this with their tax dollars
That's
are helping
correct.
make this happen, so.
That's correct. And so we have a very fanned-out presentation like this, and we can make that available to all of you, and then we can incorporate it in our marketing efforts for the grant, so.
Okay, great. Even online, maybe.
Sure.
This, I think we had an earlier program on this in downtown for historic preservation, which worked great, and I love these programs, they're outstanding. Do we have any kind of a sign we can put up that just says funded in part by the city of Littleton? And, because that's...
Funded in part by your tax dollars.
Your tax dollars, because this is the kind of, it's really a feel-good where people really like to see that we're working actively to make the city a better place to live. And
We did have, they're transparent signs that adhere to like a door or a window, and so when we go and present them with the check, then we ask them to display that.
But, I mean, like Gino's is on Bowles and traffic goes by. I mean, it's something on the media, while it's in progress, it's...
We can certainly do something like that. We found it's relatively affordable to do that, so, yeah.
But these are great.
So I'm wondering if that's enough grant money. I mean, if the amount you're requesting is enough. If we could do more, it's better, from my view, to do more in the next 2 years than spread it out over 6 years, for example, because it's a big statement that we're alive and thriving. So I don't know how much more, I mean, maybe more isn't needed, but it would seem to me it might be.
Well, and you brought that up last year, and it's a valid point, and I think the reason that I suggested then that we not go higher is just because we wanted to continue to give the program momentum so that we had, ideally more applications than we have dollars. And I think we're close to that point, but I would still feel more comfortable to run one more year at that level that we requested, and then maybe look at a higher amount in a subsequent year. I'm just trying to look at this as a performance-based kind of grant, so.
So I guess then my thought would be, if during the year you're seeing really good return, things happening, that maybe you come back for a mid-year
We certainly could do that.
request.
Yes, and
Because
that's good.
It makes no sense to just spread
Council,
it out.
are we in support of this?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, we'll look at that for
I'm
sure.
going to take a break at 8 o'clock for 5 minutes.
It is 8:04.
No, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Miss it?
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
of the Downtown Wayfinding Signage Project, creating a notable identity for Littleton and to attract new visitors to the downtown district. Denise?
You may remember that last year we discussed this project in its entirety and broke it into 3 phases. And you might also say, Phase 2, where's Phase 1? Well, Phase 1...
Read my mind.
Phase 1 is well underway. Part of the delay was that we were waiting for our new Public Works Director to assign a project manager. This is not a simple signage program. These are works of art, and there are complicated materials involved. We weren't sure we were going to be able to light them, but we pressed that through, so they're going to be pretty fantastic. So Phase 1 is going to be the core, sort of Main Street, Alamo area. I'll show you some maps in just a second. And Phase 2 is going to be dipping out a little farther on the football so that we can draw attention to downtown before you'd actually hit Main Street. So some examples. The signs that are going to navigate people downtown are the ones that you see here. They're called AutoPed signs, and they're pretty substantial. We're actually we have life-size samples that we are going to take downtown on a day. We'll notify all the merchants and property owners so that they can see what these look like in context. But some of the things that are going to be really unique and outstanding are these historical photographs that are going to be at the top of these. These are going to be location relevant. They've been put together by the library and museum for us, and so it's going to look really great. Here's some examples of the side street signs. This was sort of the beginning impetus for this whole program, was that a lot of the side street merchants were concerned that we weren't getting good traffic flow up and down the side streets. And so we've already gone through the process of asking for applications for merchants to appear on these side street signs, and we're going to be notifying them in the next few days about their placement on those signs. Those 2 will be lighted at night. So, and then these are some additional signs, these informative, interpretive panels. We have 2 that are coming up in Phase 1 and several more in Phase 2, but they're going to be in front of sites like the Carnegie Library or Town Hall Arts Center, and they're going to have historical text and photographs that relate to that particular site.
So just a question.
Huh?
So the signs that read down don't thrill me a whole lot. You got to stand sideways on your head or whatever.
The policy question is focused on whether we support the signage program.
Well, I know, but I won't support it if I think people have to stand on their
That's your prerogative if you don't like the particular signs.
That's actually, these are older renderings, and we actually address that, and so the text is going to read left to right. Yes, so it's a good point. And Phase 1 is going to include the major gateway at Prince and Santa Fe. Phase 2 will include actually more signs and also a gateway on the south end of town.
There's one up.
At Mineral and Platte. That was sort of outside of this particular project. That was done by the developer on the project, so I don't know if you've seen it.
I've seen it. Yep, I've seen it.
It's not ideal. It wasn't the spec materials. So, but in any case, I don't know if you can see these well enough, but these are maps. So Phase 1, as you can see, most of these signs, the dark blue are the merchant signs, and the light blue are those AutoPed signs, and then the red ones are those informational cube type signs. So Phase 2, as you can see, is farther out on the edges of downtown to try and attract attention before you actually hit Main Street. And you can see down here on the south end, that's going to be a main gateway down there.
What do we have down by ACC?
There's going to be a couple of different...
Blue guys there.
And then one right here before you get there. And I believe this one also points, excuse me, to ACC.
And the blue guys are what again?
Those are those taller auto pedestrian signs. These up here.
If you go down Main Street, how many of those auto ped signs are they? And is that a drawing to scale?
The signs, the auto ped signs are 9 feet from base to top. But they're a very small footprint. They're not a giant, big sign.
How wide are they?
You mean in,
It looks like about 3.5,
I
4
think,
feet wide.
yeah.
And the design of the signs has been completed. This is the extension into Phase 2.
I know they've been completed. But like
Peggy said,
you know,
Okay.
Well, it was an imposing, these verticals were very imposing, and we made her take 2 feet off of them. They were originally
it's a good start.
11 feet.
This is a council meeting. It's a study session.
I apologize, Mayor.
So,
I haven't been in one of these.
Okay.
So I just
Thank you.
wanted to ask the question and be treated with respect. But I'm just wondering.
it's a council meeting. It's a council study session.
Ask for me my question?
Uh,
Like when I can see copies of the renderings?
Okay, that will be something you can do outside the meeting.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, other questions, council? Okay,
I do hope.
good.
What, and you may have said it, what is the estimated time of the first phase to be completed?
The schedule that we've adopted will have them completed by mid-December.
Okay.
And there's elements in the contract that really make that scheduling important. 2015. Phase 1 will be done before the end of the year. Phase 2, part of this was finding qualified bidders and people that understood the materials and that could do the maintenance and the warranty. And we found qualified bidders to do that. And so we believe Phase 2 will be much smoother because we already have the verified specifications and a qualified bidder.
Also then, just timing-wise, when is the streetscape plan? When are we going to, where's that?
We're going to kick that off, I believe, later this year, and then it is a 9-month process. We're still working on. Yep.
Okay.
And one of the other pieces, and I'm not sure where your question was going, but this is Phase 2 of
3.
Three phases, correct.
Well, and this is a little off subject, but why not? Noticed this past weekend in another community that the use of hanging baskets for that added color was, it provided that color which was needed, and it removed these huge pots off of the sidewalk. And that one picture, back a couple, you can see where, and we've got, so I'm just thinking in terms of, that may be one of those things that could go, because the color could be put, maybe on an XL pole. They like it when we hang things on their poles. And kind of help, because I'm once again seeing clutter.
But I agree, reducing the visual clutter and clearing up the pathway is something that we've discussed in the overall streetscape plan, so.
Okay.
So as in reduce visual clutter more than that?
Yes, because that's what exists now, and we're hoping with the streetscape plan to have a good way to reduce that clutter and to create more uniformity.
You've got the sign there as an example, but reduce clutter.
Don't forget your microphone, Peggy.
I'm sorry. So we've got the sign mocked up there, but we reduce some of the clutter that is there.
That would be our hope with the
Okay.
streetscape.
Thank you.
That you'd have, consistent furnishings and less visual clutter and a clear path to walk.
Okay, thank you.
So, council, any objection to proceed? Okay.
You don't like the design, Bill?
I think the design is horrible. I think it obstructs Main Street. When you sit there, you look at signs, you don't look at Main Street. Main Street is what we're selling. We're not selling signs. And that looks, I think it's disrespectful of the environment.
So the policy question is for Phase 2. Phase 1 is proceeding.
Well, I wasn't here when this was passed, so if the policy is to obscure downtown with distasteful signs, what I consider to be distasteful, I'd have to say no. I don't, but I'm 1 out of 7.
Well, I think I was probably more in line with what you're saying, and I think you make very good points.
So 2 noes? Going along here. Policy question 10, does council support improvements to public reception areas in the Public Works, Economic Development, and Community Development area for $60,000? And this is the area directly behind us, moving to where Denise, Jocelyn, and Mark's spaces are.
I think that our 3 departments probably get more visitors than, with the exception being the one-stop shop. So there's a lot of traffic through there. And I'm sorry, these photos aren't great. But you can see when you come in as a citizen, what you're looking at is pretty confusing and not very attractive. And so one of our efforts has been to really reduce the clutter. Things have been gone through with the idea that when we eliminate unnecessary papers and that sort of thing, then we have more opportunity to design an attractive space. And we've all been exposed to the space needs plan, and so that's our ultimate goal, is to make improvements citywide. But until then, it would be really nice if we could adopt sort of a modular approach to these improvements. So that's what we're suggesting, is that we would have a design that would be similar to what we've done with the one-stop shop, so that if we changed, maybe moved a department or whatever, those modular units could be taken elsewhere. So just as you can see, pretty much everything, this conference table is where we meet with businesses a lot of times that come in that really want to know what they have to do to start up and succeed. We've got these gunmetal gray cabinets with all kinds of documents in them. There's no exclusion of noise between the admin people and traffic passes by Mark's office, so it's very close in. And then there's no decent place for people to sit and wait. There's no, we've got 20-year-old chairs sitting out there. So what we did is we talked to Officescapes that did the one-stop shop, and we also talked to Erlene, and we got 2 different estimates, and we think we can accomplish some pretty good things for about $60,000. So, again, these are some examples of what they did with the one-stop shop, and we thought, we would try to be consistent with that look, use the same kind of modular system so that, it's sort of uniform throughout the city. But have a counter where people can come up and create a little bit more security, possibly have less access to the offices back there, maybe have a gate, and then just have workspaces for Denise and Lucy that have a little bit higher walls so that they can concentrate on all the things they have to work on. So, and this is just a phase 1 design that we were talking about doing that would create cubicle spaces for 4 different people. So,
Questions, Council? Deb?
Do you have any idea of what it would cost to do what your permanent fix would be?
I can't say. I could take a look at the space needs plan. I don't know how realistic. It probably would be best in the long run to sort of revamp the entire area back there.
The space needs has community development moving into the new wing, and so the space would be completely remodeled at that level, and that's part of why we're looking at the modular components, so we can reuse them in that final piece.
Yeah, it's kind of a domino.
Yes.
thing.
Yep.
Okay.
Which gets to the earlier conversation that Councilman Beckman brought up about.
Not bad, Bruce.
So what we're trying to do is live within the confines of the building and the money we have now, but not do anything that doesn't have that expenditure being able to be utilized again in the future.
Well, and I've always struggled with this room too, because when we do have some of our bigger land use issues that we're dealing with, there's a lot of the public, that's where they can look at these big plans, and it is really uncomfortable to try to look at those in there. And then you've got kind of cross-functioning departments, and so it's very chaotic. I think it's a good idea to fix that.
Well,
There's no privacy.
that's correct. And a piece of this is to create an additional conference area where these two offices are. It's possibly proposed as an enclosed conference area, and we're pretty short on conference space. And like you say, it'd be nice if we had a longer conference table that people could open plans up and take a look and discuss things regarding business in a more private environment.
And I do like the idea of the raised so that you don't see what's on people's desks.
Yes, exactly.
So essentially, this is putting a countertop access to the areas here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, council, any objection? Okay, let's move on.
Finance.
Nothing.
No, we have,
Budget highlights.
Doug's deciding whether he has one or not.
No policy questions. You just have a brag?
We do have a budget highlight, though, that
Here we go.
is an additional request. It's not in the proposed budget document. And this started in 2015. It was a city manager initiative to start reviewing 1 to 2 departments each year, looking for efficiencies. We also have IS as part of this efficiency team from Peak Academy. These are black belts that went through Denver's Peak Academy performance. And so there's 6 or 7 of those people on the city team, and we would just like to have $15,000 in the budget next year in order to implement some of the recommendations. They're going to be doing this in November, so out of those recommendations, if there are some things we can do regarding software or professional services, we'd like to have some funding to be able to put that into place next year.
Now IS.
Thank you very much. I'll give this to Ken.
Policy question 11 is, does council support hiring a 1.0 FTE Geographic Information Systems programmer and analyst? We've entered a world of GIS on a very limited basis, as you all are aware, and that this has definitely affected our ability to efficiently manage our capital assets, as I opened with. And so both, I think, Mark and Jocelyn, as well as the rest of us, are really starting to look at GIS as the kind of core foundation of how we're setting up our systems for the future. And right now that task lies in IS. So Ken.
What I tried to do with the next 3 policy questions is not only give you the policy question, but the problem that we're trying to solve. So that's what the gray text is all about. Council, the IS department currently provides very limited GIS services. We have developed some GIS skills with our existing IS staff. However, GIS is not their primary service focus. As council is aware, GIS interns were hired in 2015 to start working on citywide GIS projects. While the GIS interns did a great job, and I think early in August you got a chance to see their work, this is not a long-term sustainable solution for providing citywide GIS services. We are concerned that the lack of full-time citywide GIS support has impeded the growth of the use of GIS throughout the city. The citywide use of GIS is an area where we think the city is far behind other cities. There are a variety of GIS service needs. These service needs include citywide GIS project coordination and management, application development, database management, support, and user training. Additionally, by the end of 2015, the city hopes to have completed a citywide GIS strategic plan. When that happens, the city will need long-term internal GIS service providers to implement the plan. So one of the positions in the IS department's proposed 2016 budget addresses citywide service needs, and that position is the GIS programmer analyst. The GIS programmer analyst is a full-time position reporting to the IS director. This position is responsible for GIS computer programming, application development, and administers and maintains GIS databases. It is also responsible for project and change management activities related to GIS data acquisition, application development, database design, and system integration. It designs and produces custom maps for city departments and others based on user requirements, available data, and available system resources. The position prepares instructions to guide users and provide technical support and user training for GIS and other departments. The GIS programmer analyst consistently works with IS staff and with other city departments to support and coordinate GIS projects, work orders, and product support. And again, this position is needed due to increased citywide GIS service demands, specifically the increased need to administer and maintain GIS databases, the increased need for GIS technical support and user training, and the increased need for centralized GIS coordination and project management.
Bruce?
So I assume the GIS tech will know the location of the disaster recovery site?
Next question.
Yes, but you won't.
So the question I want to ask actually is...
You've been waiting to ask that question.
All year, actually, yeah, as a matter of fact, that's true.
It's his last chance.
I had to get one more shot at, one more bite at the apple. The question for you, Ken, is I support it. I mean, I think pretty clearly this is something we need given where we're trying to get from an integrated perspective. Well,
No, Jerry.
I said, can we move on then? You just said you supported it.
I do, with a caveat. Given that there's an expectation that the utilization of this resource is going to have some improvements, are there cost savings baked in somewhere for prior expenditures that we wouldn't think would need to be repeated from a consultancy or other expenditure perspective?
Well, considering we haven't spent a whole lot of resources up to this point on it, I don't really know if I can answer that question. I mean, other than the GIS interns that we hired this year, and the reoccurring maintenance that we pay for our GIS software, those things aren't going to change.
I'm going to tell you that the answer is no. And we're taking the no-bake approach, by the way. So
What?
The no-bake approach. Sorry, I'm just continuing. I apologize. Because as Ken pointed out, I mean, what we're doing is a new service delivery. So the offset is the fact that people, right now it's in their heads or they're writing it on paper. And so there's not a lot of cost savings. In fact, we're seeing a substantial amount of increased cost and time right now because we've got to get it out of people's heads and we've got to get it from that paper and get it into the system. And then what we're going to see is efficiencies in the future and accuracies around what our capital needs are.
That's like what Roger does.
Yes.
Yeah, well, on a very...
Yeah.
More like what Eric Irvin does.
Right.
Roger's working in AutoCAD, not necessarily in the GIS world.
Where in the budget is that line item? I don't see where it is.
Which line?
Page 39 is...
Page 39, you'll see a line item that says personnel changes. It is in red.
So it's a part of that 200?
These are both of the policy question 11 and policy question 12 combined there.
Thank you.
In the reality of what you're I mean, what we're paying for right now is, in the sewer world as examples, we're paying for a lot of backups because we don't have a maintenance plan. We don't know what the status of that is because it's in people's heads. It's not using common practices, and so there's an expenditure that we're
Yeah, no, and I
seeing.
think I totally agree with that, but I guess ultimately, and I get that there's going to be a transition period where you have to get the resource in place and you start using it, and then, things improve over time. But at some point, I assume, I mean, is there a budget item in here for those types of payments for backups that in the future will be lower by virtue of the fact that we're not, or do we not budget for that? It just sort of happens.
Yeah, we don't plan on backups, so.
Well, but if they're happening.
It's reactive more than proactive.
They shouldn't be happening.
Yeah.
No, we don't budget for it.
Okay, so there's theoretically.
What this will allow us to do is do some asset management, which will allow us to be more proactive rather than reactive.
No, okay, I'm with you. If there's something that we can use from a cost offsetting perspective, I think it's worth inquiring, but I understand where you guys are.
Long term, there is significant cost
The
savings.
service is too new.
Okay, thanks.
It's also a stunning planning tool.
Deb?
Yeah.
Yes.
Two things. One is, have you looked at other places that do have a GIS program or analyst? Is it typical for that person to be the only person that does that, or is there a larger staff around them? What I don't want to see happen is that this, and then now they need an assistant, and now that, so.
That's next year.
I know, that's why I'm on the record.
Yes.
But I want to, because I know it's kind of a pent-up need we've had, and so it's going to be pretty heavy-duty work. Are those people, that skill set, is that really kind of a solo? I don't know that our needs are beyond him. I don't know that our budget would be beyond him or her. The other question then with that is, do we have the software and the things that they need, or is there going to be additional budget, a shopping list provided by them of things that they can't do their job without?
Good question.
Because computer software is pricey.
First question, staff size. This is a good starting point. I don't know where we may end up here, but yes, I did talk to a variety of organizations, other local government organizations, city and counties, about their staffing size and their business model for GIS. And again, this is a really good starting point. All of them, I will tell you, when I talked about what we're currently doing, and that was at the time just GIS interns, they said, wow, that's not sustainable.
Something. Yeah, they got done laughing.
You need to do something more. But I and the department heads will tell you that when I proposed positions in the budget, I actually had more than just one GIS person in the initial budget, but we looked at it and said, just like you just said, we don't know what the need will be, but we think this is what we need to start with to address the need today. Let's see, tools. We are right now in the process of negotiating what's called a Small Government Enterprise License Agreement with ESRI. ESRI is the company that provides our GIS software, and that will give us the tools that we need going forward. And it's a 3-year enterprise license agreement.
That's something you've already got money for?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And as soon as we get it through the process and we get it signed off, we have the money.
Do you see this position being anything but exclusively GIS?
No.
Okay.
That's the interesting thing about GIS. The folks that choose that career path are cartographers first and technologists second.
Okay.
So they're all about maps. So
Okay.
they don't have the skill set to install PCs.
Yeah, your service department gets overworked, they don't call the GIS guy to go home.
You got it.
Okay. Thanks, Ken.
I just wanted to know, part of this position would also be funded by the sewer utility fund because it would provide a significant amount of services to that fund. And we've made an estimate in that for funding for next year, but as we go along, we'll track the time and allocate more out of the sewer fund to properly allocate for that time spent.
So you don't have it allocated out of this, because this is all general fund?
No, part of this is allocated to the sewer utility fund
How much?
as well for 2016.
About 14,000, that's what my next question was.
No, I think we do it on a percentage. I think it's around 15%, but I can get that for you.
Well, that was my question, because it says that you're adding about $230,000 worth, but you only have 215 in the budget. Does not include.
Yeah, some of that is under PC hardware and software, and then under learning and education, which is for skill improvement.
So that's where the balance of that
So it's not all in that one single line item for personnel changes, because some of it's for new computer software and training.
Bruce? So a follow-on to that is, how do you guys envision the sewer utility paying for this? Is Englewood chipping in for you're just going to apply this to Littleton customers? What about the districts?
This doesn't have anything to do with the treatment plant.
This is our
system.
Strictly the inside city limits
Correct.
collector
Yep.
system?
Yep.
All right.
Managing our sewer assets.
Yep. And Debbie, to your question, I think the number of staff at the end of the day is going to be what the council and staff ultimately decide is the appropriate service model. Right now, we're primarily looking, or solely looking, I would say, at internal. This is for public works and planning. Bill mentioned a moment ago, it's got incredible planning opportunities. If you look at other communities, they put this out. They have huge interfaces so that the public, primarily development folks, whether you want to build a home, put a deck on or whatever, you can get all of your information from here. We're a built-out community. I'm not sure we're going to decide that's worth the return on the investment. But if we did, we'd be looking at several other staff to go and maintain that more on the external and have the interface with the public and assist developers and homeowners, et cetera. We're just starting. I mean, we really we want to get our sewer lines mapped. That's what you heard from the interns. We need to get that under control. We are not in a good place with it. Everything's on paper right now, so it's really just getting it mapped out of the gate. And we've got two people, Eric Irvin, in this position that's got the resource and skill set to do that. And then it's a question of how do we want to utilize it in the future. I'm going to tell you, I think that it's going to expand because it is that core foundation that we build virtually everything on top of long-term from an asset management standpoint.
My position is going to be a great start, and know that it's going to be great from a planning perspective. Know that we are making huge investments in our assets. This will help in that management side. Future additions or expansions need to come with some benefit discussion.
Mm-hmm. Support.
Support. Anyone else? Move on. We're on 12.
12.
Go.
Oh, sorry. Does council support hiring a 1.0 FTE lead system database administrator?
So again, here I put the problem statement as well. So due to increased citywide reliance on software to provide services, staff is challenged to deliver timely service while maintaining existing programs, delaying software deployment and customer responsiveness. And when we talk about customers with this particular position, we're talking about city employees. The city employees are the primary customer of the Information Services Department. We are truly an internal customer service department. And all 450 plus employees are our customers. Currently, there are 3 IS department, what we call SDBAs, or System Database Administrators, that provide the majority of the software service for our customers, again, city employees.
How many again?
3.
3.
Their day-to-day responsibilities include supporting, updating, and maintaining all existing software systems. Additionally, they are responsible for researching, selecting, procuring, developing, testing, training, and implementing new systems. In an effort to increase the likelihood of implementation success, the SDBAs also provide project management services for most of their projects. Because these project management responsibilities take quite a bit of time, they impact the number of projects the SDBAs can successfully complete annually. These management tasks also impact the amount of time they need to focus on supporting and maintaining existing systems. Additionally, once implemented, the new systems add to the significantly existing workload of the 3 SDBAs. So again, in our proposed 2016 budget, we are requesting an additional position to address software service needs, and the position is the Lead System Database Administrator. The Lead SDBA is a full-time position reporting to the IS Director. This position is responsible for supporting the city's databases and ensuring their performance, availability, and security. The lead is viewed as an expert in the administration and support of database technology and also provides superior technical leadership. This position is a key technologist with significant technical expertise in designing, building, tuning, installing, configuring, and troubleshooting database technologies. It collaborates with other IS team members and customers, again, city employees, for adherence to best practices and process standardization. Another area of responsibility for this position will be to provide leadership and guidance for the other 3 SDBA team members, which includes communicating common goals and direction, providing day-to-day performance feedback, and directing the day-to-day work and progress of the projects assigned to the SDBAs in the department. Again, this position is needed due to increased citywide software service demands, specifically the increased need for citywide database technology support, the increased need for software project management, and the increased need for daily guidance of the activities of the department's other SDBAs.
Peggy?
This sounds like Superman or a saint or somebody. Are you anticipating this lead position to come from an existing person and then backfilling that person? Or is this somebody indeed who's some super person outside?
Could be.
Yes, we're looking for a super person, number 1. And number 2,
Not available.
we do potentially have some in-house candidate or candidates.
Let me
but
jump.
we will
Let me
also,
jump in.
Okay.
We will utilize our appropriate recruitment process.
No, that's
Yes.
right. I think this is super.
I just don't want to get into whether we have qualified
okay.
candidates or not. It's not for this
I'm just trying to
conversation.
get a feel for the scope of this person.
We are confident we can
Thank
find
you.
the position.
Okay.
Jerry?
So on the amounts you have in there, 126 and 102, that does include benefits as well? I mean, that's being consistent throughout the whole budget process, correct?
That's yes.
Correct. That's correct.
Again, what is the current backlog that you are working with?
That's a great question. And if you go in your budget document, I believe it's in your budget document. Let me page down here. On page 37 in your budget document, you'll see the performance summary for our department, and you'll see IS capital projects. And we currently have 59 projects, and at this point, we've only been able to, as of June 1, we were only able to close 16 of those projects. And a good portion, and off the top of my head, I can't tell you the exact percentage, but a good portion of those projects are software related.
Why don't we go Mac?
Has nothing to do with that. Next question.
A budget question.
You already.
There's no software. Just saying.
We've had some big projects this year, and one of them was with HR, updating the HRIS system, which took a lot of time, and we're still not quite finished. But those large projects like that one take a great deal of time from pretty much all three DBAs work on those projects.
So what do you see the percentage of improvement being within one more?
Well,
you're still going to have a backlog.
Yeah, probably. But we anticipate a smaller backlog because we're asking for a different skill set from this particular position than we have currently. When the three DBAs joined us, we had a different outline as far as skill set for that position. I think we hired the last one maybe 8-9 years ago. And since that time, we have seen a transition in that skill set. So we're trying with the existing staff to adjust their skill sets so that it's more in line with current demand. But this person that we're asking to come in will have that skill set from the get-go.
Okay.
Other questions, Council?
So this gives you a total of 4 support folks?
Four SDBAs, correct.
Yeah, yep. That's a reasonable request in my opinion.
Other questions? Any objections? Moving on.
Does council support contracting with an enterprise resource planning consulting services? This is policy question 13.
So again, I kind of detailed the problem statement here, and I'll just expand a little bit on it here. The systems used by city departments to collect, store, manage, and deliver information are older and were never intended to integrate with one another. These systems, where possible, use interfaces that are expensive to build and maintain and often do not deliver enough information for citywide decision-making. So let me start by taking a moment to define what is an ERP. An enterprise resource planning, or ERP, is a business management software, typically a suite of integrated applications that the city can use to collect, store, manage, and interpret data from many city programs. ERP provides an integrated view of core citywide business processes, often in real time. The applications that make up the system share data across the various city departments that provide the data. ERP facilitates information flow between all business functions and manages connections to outside stakeholders, like other government entities, citizens, and businesses as well. The diagram that you see, oops, my fault. The diagram that you see here is actually a diagram of a private sector ERP. I couldn't find one of a government sector, but you can see some of the functions that the city has on here, like accounting, human resources. Over here we have customer services, so those would be our externally facing services. Procurement up here.
Bruce, you got a question?
Well, go ahead. Are you done presenting?
No.
Oh, please continue then.
Okay.
I thought you were there.
So that's just a snapshot of what an ERP model might look like, and that's a definition of what an ERP is.
Where in the budget does this 175 fall under?
This is a capital project.
This is on page 121. There's a little bit more detail there.
Yes, detail. Where's it fall in? Is it under
113.
113 is the actual line item budget.
So council, with an ERP, Insights into the business of governing can be obtained, and trade-offs between different decisions and results assessed. For example, budget controls provide the ability to strategically align limited resources with budget objectives, while instant analysis and up-to-the-minute real-time financial tracking provides workers with insights to make timely, physically responsible decisions to support vital citizen and constituent services.
Doug, what line item on 113?
I apologize, page 116, there must have been a typo, page 116.
Instead of 113?
Instead of 113, that's correct. And it's, Michael asked me wrong. Line item 34, 160, 7430 on page 116.
160, 78, 34?
34, 160, 7430, ERP Consulting Services.
Thank you.
Research has indicated that more often than not, organizations jump into an enterprise resource planning, or ERP, initiative without first conducting the due diligence and planning required to make the project successful. So organizations first need to analyze exactly who they are as an organization, what they want to be in the future, as well as pinpoint their strengths and weaknesses, core competencies, and areas in need of improvement. So what does this mean? It means that when an organization implements an ERP, the organization will experience an organization-wide transformation. The key takeaway is that ERP cannot be efficiently implemented without clear requirements. By the same token, clear requirements cannot be defined until business processes are defined. And business processes cannot be defined until we establish a clear sense of strategic direction. So we need to ensure that these areas are given careful consideration during the ERP assessment and software selection processes. The requested funds will be used to engage an ERP consultant that will partner with us on the ERP assessment and the software selection process.
Bruce?
Ken, since this isn't a consultant account, that means that you may pay out for various projects and contract for various projects not to exceed the total amount of the consulting amount in this line item? Is that the idea?
This is strictly for consultant services.
Okay. And
There's no implementation here. It's just strictly consultant services to do the ERP assessment
and the
and
consultants
software
might be
selection.
different consultants depending upon areas of expertise or something.
Actually, I am looking, I've already done some research here, and I am looking for a consultant that is ERP agnostic. What I mean by that is that they're not beholden to any of the ERP solution providers. I want, as an outcome from this assessment, I want them to tell us, number one, do they think we need an ERP? And some of the consultants that I've talked to have said that up to 25% of the time they come back and say, you don't need one, okay? If they do come back and tell us that they think we need an ERP, then I want them to come back with a draft RFP, if you will, that we will send out to the street for selecting a software.
Ken, I'm not going to support this, not because I think it's a bad idea. I think the concept or the intent is laudable. I've got two significant concerns with this stuff. You guys have a very, very full plate already. I mean, I think the GIS stuff we've talked about and the database management is substantial, and if we get those done correctly, they're going to take a lot of bandwidth, and they're going to have tangible benefits in the near term. My experience with these kinds of things is they're bottomless pits. They all sound great, but you can consume an awful lot of resources beyond consulting in terms of trying to integrate stuff, and I've yet to see one that actually delivers the promise. I think your intentions are honorable, and you know, I certainly get your comments about where you think this thing could go. I'm not prepared at this point in time to say this is a priority for the city, in my opinion, relative to some of the other things that I do think are priorities, like the GIS and the database management people. So I just want you to understand, I'm not going to support it, but it's not because I think it's a horrible idea.
I get your comments about bottomless pit, and as I indicated in my opening statement here, I did the research because I was aware of that being a concern, and the research says if you do good planning up front, which is what I'm asking this consultant to do, then it's more than likely to lead to success, not the bottomless pit.
I have a question. So did you say that you couldn't find any other government entities that have done this?
Oh, no, I didn't say that. I just don't have a diagram of an ERP for a government organization. There are probably more organizations in the state of Colorado, government organizations, that have done ERP than not. So yes, there are.
Someone come in and advise us as what we should or should not do. Correct.
And the consultants that I'm looking at have some government sector experience. So that's one of my criteria.
Here, like 6 months?
Probably about 6 months. I'm trying to remember. Off the top of my head, I can't remember. I got some quotes from some organizations already, and I can't remember the timeline off the top of my head. Sorry.
And I'm a bit concerned, kind of like Bruce Stallman, is that it seems like this is just a real headache waiting to happen, one way or another, no matter what you do. I mean, why not? Can't we find other software? Because you're looking at over 12 different programs that you're trying to integrate information from?
Potentially, correct.
Thank you.
And Ken, I'm going to jump in on this too, which is, as Councilmember Stallman has said, laudable objective on this. At least from my perspective, with a number of new directors that we have, there's still processes that are in change, and not having those processes well-defined. I think asking a consultant to try and guess at where some of those are going to be, or actually involved in trying to research what those may be in the end when they're still in flux. This may be something that's good, but the timing is not good.
And I ditto what Councilmember Stallman and Cernan said.
You can forget his name now.
Bruce and Phil said.
What's his name?
It kind of, it's a little bit confusing. I think, I don't have an IT head, but I think that it's somewhat troubling, a clear strategic direction. That we don't have that here to hire someone to come in, and we have to help them get to there. I agree. I think that you have a lot on your plate with the stuff that's coming in. I think Phil made a good point about the directors. It feels a little bit like a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm not going to support it this year, but I would say if you do think that this is really something that's important, to keep it on the radar, and if at some point it starts to, in my opinion, gel into more of a high need as opposed to a high want, then I think it needs to come back.
Well, let me just jump in and clarify that this is not an IT project. This is an organizational transformation project. And I talked a little bit about that. The potential is that as the consultant reviews all of our business processes, and that's part of what I expect this consultant to do, is to meet with every department, look at all of their business processes, document as they exist today, and to talk about how those processes could be changed to make them more effective and efficient. And that's what I mean when I say organizational change. This will be an organizational transformation.
Counting heads around the table, I hear at least 4, let's not include that this year. Any objection to that? Becky, you're objecting to that? Yeah. So that's 1 yes and 6 suspended.
State my objection, maybe somebody changes their mind. I think you do incredible research into things. This has also come with the support of the other department heads. And I think they're pretty darn rigorous. I don't think they just grin and say, hey, we'll do this if you'll support mine. So, and maybe I have a little more expertise, even if it's a little older in some of this kind of stuff. So I think this is worth doing, but obviously minority.
Okay. Any change in sentiment around the table? Seeing none, move on.
Okay. We're on to, we have the budget highlight, but we're on to the city clerk's office. Wendy? Policy question 14, does council support contracting with the public defender attorney? We are asking for $15,000 for contracting for a public defender. Any questions? Any opposition? Moving on to policy question 15.
Where is that?
Yeah.
Where is that on the? Thank you, Wendy. Is it page 1?
Page
44. Yeah. For the 75,000?
Jerry, the numbers are on, the page it's on is on your thing.
Yeah, tell me what line item, Debbie.
40, oh, well, look.
It's in the
It's on page
municipal court
44,
budget.
look. You got a ruler.
Municipal court is on page 40.
That is line item 173-7430. You can see the change was 15,200.
It's fully financed by my parking tickets.
Your parking ticket.
Any questions about budget highlights?
Yeah, I'm sorry, what line item again, Doug? Where was the number? 74?
7430.
So while we're,
Sounds like we need a special.
people are
There's
trying
two
to find, I
7430s, so it's.
have a question while we're doing this that relates to everything. We're suddenly mid-year, well, we're at this point in the year and we've already exceeded what was approved in the budget for good reasons. I understand that. But is there a way that we could, when we start discovering that we are exceeding what we appropriated, that can come to us and we can at least be informed? I know we do a later in the year.
If it's a significant dollar amount.
Well, but this, a piece here in one department, a piece there in another, and then suddenly we have a few $100,000 more than we budgeted total.
Because there's under expenditures in a lot of areas as well.
Yeah, but why don't we just then approve so much money and let people divvy it up how they want? I mean, it's...
There's a lot of heads nodding behind you.
So I'm just thinking it's a nice informative thing. Maybe if only updates to say, council, this is what's happening mid-year.
We get our reports, so I'll put it in that. And the question is there a significant variance that you want to have explained? You can also contact either the finance director or the city manager, and I'm sure they would help you out.
In this particular one, just as an example, this is an important function, right? So to suddenly realize, man, we've got all this public defender need, even if you get to shift monies around, I understand that. But it just seems to me that would be nice. Maybe monthly updates, who knows?
I don't want it. If it's a big number, then I think it's our responsibility, but if it's, I think we have to put trust in the department directors and put trust in Michael. I mean, at the end of the day, Michael blows a budget, we're going to have a serious talk with Michael. So I think...
We will not go over the budget. We will not go over the actual budget in court. But there was a significant, we budgeted $20,000 for our public defender this year, and we are on point to spend about $37,100. So what I'd like to do, and the city attorney is in full support of this, and so is the judge, and they've been bugging me to do it for a few years, but I didn't want to do it until I had enough information to show you that it was increasing every year. And part of that is because laws are, and you're going to see this on the 22nd, because we've got something in there about jailing in lieu of fines, that you can't do that anymore because the legislature keeps adding things that the municipal courts have to do. Mm-hmm. So for indigent and people who can't pay and all of that. So we are asking for an increase of $15,200 so that we can put out an RFP and hire a public defender. And instead of paying them by the case, we will be paying them by the session, which would be an entire morning session or an entire afternoon session. And I believe that we'll, the judge and I are going to talk about this, but and include Kristen as well. We're going to put a minimum on it, which they would be paid $20,000. That's what we'd like to do. And then so that it doesn't go over that, and I think that it won't go over that. I think we'll have it under control enough, and then we can actually save that money.
Other questions, council? Any objections to this? It's probably the one area I've heard about municipal court is making sure that we have a public defender available.
I do have one question then on the budget highlight for the
Yes?
in 2016, no elections are anticipated?
No special election?
No special election. We still have $50,000 in the budget so that we can go,
It says no election.
but not for us. We don't have a municipal election, a scheduled municipal election. Ours are on odd years.
Okay,
So,
yeah, thanks for clarifying, because I was kind of thinking there is an election coming.
no, there'll be an election because the presidential election is next year, but there's not a municipal election.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And good job on the $15,000 in grants on the omnibus and stuff.
Thank you. It was pretty
Your
exciting.
new goal is double.
Well, we're trying. We're always working for it.
Yeah, good job.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Wendy.
Thank you.
Next is policy question 15, human resources. Does council support adding a 1.0 FTE human resource staff member revised to $68,000 on page 50? Jump in.
So over the last 8 years, our department has adopted a variety of different things that has increased the amount of workload that we have. Some of that's legislative pieces that we have to navigate and comply with and oversee, and some of it is also technology-driven. When I started 8 years ago, I counted about 6 different software or modules that we maintain in the department, and we're currently up to 16. That takes a fair amount of time. We have a variety of different communication tools that we use now with the employees that takes a lot of extra time for us to maintain and make sure that it's up to date as much as we can. And frankly, we just can't keep up. So we're at that breaking point. We certainly are conscious about growth and certainly conscious about the FTE issue that I think everybody here is conscious about. Part of why it's important in our department to try to maintain our work in-house is because a lot of what we touch is confidential in nature, and a lot of what we touch is individual with the employees. So it's difficult for us to contract out some of the services that we provide and maintain them. we've certainly tried that in the past, and I can appreciate some of the inquiries that we've had leading up to tonight's meeting from some of the members. And unfortunately, our experience has been that the quality of work that we've gotten from some of these contractors was as such that we've actually had to bring it back in-house and clean up their work. We've done that twice, and so I'm reticent to try to dabble with bringing in someone on a contract basis or trying to contract out some of the services. But we're asking for this position because we just don't have the ability to keep up with the workload that we have.
And total staff, again, how many?
We have currently 5, so we have
400 some.
It's close to about 450. If you add in some of the seasonal and stuff, it would be a bit higher than that.
Okay. Other questions, Bruce?
Eric, on page 50, you've got the personnel delta, roughly $100,000, but you're also increasing professional and consulting services $100,000 over last year. So
yeah, that is a specific line item for a specific legal claim that we anticipate may come to fruition in 2016. It is not it's not money that we would use for our department. It's basically for employment claims. If that claim goes through and we have nothing to pay out on it, then we don't have to worry about defending it and paying for legal services to defend the claim. If we do need to, then we may have to expend those dollars.
But when I asked that earlier, you said it comes out of insurance.
Right, although there are times where we have to defend a claim that doesn't get picked up, and so the attorney's office asked that we put those dollars into that particular fund. They don't get spent if they aren't needed. And if we are able to run the claim through CIRSA, that particular employment claim, then we would use those dollars to reimburse CIRSA, and they would help us defend the claim and those types of things, but we still have to pay for it.
So the 96 increase is for actually 2 people or 1?
1. So it's adjusted at 68,140 for 1 FTE.
And then the personnel changes says 96, so it's adjusting down?
It's adjusting down, that's correct.
Thank you.
Other questions, Council?
All right.
Let me ask, can I ask one real quick? Not necessarily about that item, but just on your budget. You've got $25,000 for service awards, but there was nothing previously. Again, is this because they're buried in the departments?
No, that's actually a new program that the employees have put together that would be implemented in the following year. So it is a new item.
Is that in here somewhere?
It's that specific line item.
The red one?
No, I get that, but so it was a...
It's not a policy question.
It's not a policy question. That would explain it. Okay, all right, that's cool.
It's in 1. It's in 1.
Oh, is that part of policy?
Part of policy question number 1, sorry.
Okay.
Just to clarify, yeah, we just wanted to verify that with Eric. but-
That was the total comp thing.
Total comp includes benefits, compensation.
Chief, you get 2 questions, and you're between us and adjournment for the evening.
So I don't have any information. If you don't have any questions, let's just move on.
You are a cop.
I'd like to plead the 5th on this. So I don't have much of a request here except for a minor $2.3 million on this first one.
2.3 here, 2.3 there.
Yeah.
It's more than real money.
Yeah. So that makes that 1.6 look like, chump change in that first one, right? So this is a multi-department request, actually. So I got elected, imagine that, to present to you. It's a police, fire, and public works question concerning mobile radios, basically for all 3 departments. Like a lot of the technology for us and the city in general, our current radios, I think, were replaced, Doug, in 2008? Is when we
It's been 7 years, that's correct.
Yeah, so they're at end of life, of course, and I'm sure the manufacturers, they have
changing technology needs, and that's all it really is. But end of life, so our current equipment for the fire and police departments that we use will be unable to get parts and service basically on these units, both in our vehicles and our handheld mobile devices, mobile radios in 2017. So we were able to negotiate. Division Chief Ferber did a tremendous job on behalf of all the departments in the city to negotiate. We looked at several vendors, and the fire department did as well. We came together and decided that we like the Motorola product. It's consistent with what we currently have. They're an industry leader in this field, and Division Chief Ferber was able to work with them and get some pretty attractive, well, that's a huge number, get some pretty attractive leasing options on these radios, as well as a significant discount if we do this in a one-time purchase. So one thing we looked at was doing a phased approach, trying to do maybe half the radios this year, half the radios next year. We think that the cost savings, we know that the cost savings we'll get by doing it all in one shot will be pretty significant for this city. We received up to 25% below list price on these radios by agreeing, if we choose to do so, agreeing to do it all in one shot. Police and fire, like I said, current radios are basically end of life. Public Works, that poor department really has never had any radios. They've taken hand-me-downs from our departments over the years, so their stuff. We talked about this last year, I think, and I think you guys approved money for them last year, which was put on hold until we looked at our project so that we could do all three together. One good thing about this project, and including Public Works, is it'll give us a greater degree of interoperability. So if we have a major incident in the city, making our communication with fire and Public Works and police together will be very helpful on that. We did have you'll see in a budget highlight, I think, we did spend $440,000 on replacing the radios in the comm center over here and down the hallway for the police department. The fire department is also working on replacement of those radios. That's 4 units, $440,000. For those, that money was entirely reimbursed by area operating funds from E911, so we were able to at least offset some of those costs. You can see here, this middle slide is actually off our website. That's 1962. You can see, yeah. So back in the back there's the radios we used in 62. This picture on the right was taken on Friday. So that's kind of where we are from where we've been. So
Kansas when Beckman was there?
Yes, that's what I heard.
Those are my Kansas.
Yes. And he still not returned those, by the way, so we need to garnish his last check.
His last council check, that'll take care of it.
This ain't Motorola on him in the worth of
A couple options up here for pricing, so you can see the can's probably less expensive.
The thing at the top, though, we don't really have snow plows, do we?
That's it. Mark's not here to defend himself.
Yeah. So anybody have any questions on this? We looked at some grant opportunities, nothing really out there for police. Fire is actually in the process of grant application, but they've not heard yet. Have not heard back yet. So obviously, if fire does receive grant money for this, that will be kicked in toward and reduce whatever percentage the overall cost on this. This has been on the 5-year capital projects fund for the last 5 years, so we knew it was coming.
Peggy?
So I seem to remember in some of our previous budget discussions, talk about radios that didn't communicate with other emergency groups. So are these all friendly talkers?
So yeah, again, interoperability is key. It kind of depends on what jurisdiction and what discipline we're looking at. So true interoperability, we have statewide systems that we're able to switch to, even with our current radios. We call it network first. So we can. The issue with that, it's a little difficult during the middle of a crisis situation. You have to manipulate the radio quite a bit to get to where you need to be. We can do that. I think as the technology improves and with the system, although I'm not positive on it, it'll make it a little easier for us to get to where we need to be to talk to each other. I know it definitely it will be easier for us internally, for police to talk to fire and for fire and us both to talk to Public Works. Public Works is actually using those cans right there, and I need to get those back to them so that they get their shift. So Yes.
Bruce?
Maybe a Doug question. What you guys are doing, I mean, the 2.3 million is the total encumbrance over 7 years, right? And then the 290 is what's hitting the capital projects fund, or is it in the general fund and you're funding it out of the capital projects fund?
No, it's actually all in the capital projects fund. It would be a proposed 8-year lease, 0% at $290,000 a year.
It's just encumbered. I mean, the 2.3 is just encumbering the full amount. Correct. For 8 years.
That's correct.
So that it doesn't get spent on something else. Is that the way to approach it?
Right, yeah.
So really, we're only asking for $290,000 for 2016, right? So his 1.67 is still way more.
The district supports the lease idea.
It's under capital, you said?
Yeah, it's in the capital projects funds. It's a little tricky to follow the bouncing ball in there, but...
The ranch is okay with it, too. So.
Yes, yeah, they both... And we're even going to look at,
I just want to repeat Councilmember Stallman's question in case the microphone didn't pick it up. Is this ends up being shared as far as fire is concerned across the partners, and the response to that was yes.
Unanimous support.
Yes.
So when I look at the financials, it doesn't have previous years, and I thought we did do something.
Been talking about it for 5 years.
But going back to 2012, I thought we did something last year, though.
Police radios, we had a lease with them that is now paid off.
Of course, paid off.
But you might be thinking about the comm center.
It's like I paid off my car and it got totaled.
I'm looking at line 34, 171, 59, 53. Why wouldn't there...
That's the revenue side of it. So when we purchase the radios, we are going to get a lease, a dollar amount from a bank or a lender. And so that, the line item you're looking at is the revenue side of it. The expenses are actually broken out below by department.
And
So there's a few different...
I gave you those line items there on the expenditure side.
Thank you. Good.
I like the 0% finance cost.
Yeah.
Worked it, right?
Okay. Any objections, Council? Okay. Doug, you get the last one.
All righty then. So this one, I remember last year I came to you and I had a restructure where I eliminated a sworn commander's position. And it was kind of a two-part reorg initiative that we're working on and we continue to work on. And I told you last year that I would be coming to you probably this year looking at some sort of accreditation manager. What I originally believed we would need would be a full-time accreditation manager, administrator, someone who could take over that job for a commander. What our staff has come up with is, I think, a better plan, which is we're going to incrementally try this out and see. We think, however, talking to some folks that are specialists in this field that are working for other organizations in the metropolitan area doing CALEA accreditation, that we might be able to pull this off, and we will be able to pull this off with going with a part-time accreditation administrator. So basically part of CALEA accreditation is not only are you held to over 382 standards that we comply with in Littleton, but we have to provide proof of those standards that we comply with those. And that's on all of those standards, basically, there's different levels of proof. Some of those are quarterly, some of those are annually, but it's a lot of documentation and it's a lot of administrative work. That's what this person would be doing, to be maintaining those administrative files. We have some automation that helps us with this. Power DMS is a tremendous program that we use for our CALEA accreditation. But managing those files is a very time-intensive. I currently still have a commander managing this operation, the CALEA accreditation. That's at the expense of a street commander. So the goal is to bring in this administrator who would help us part-time with really that document management and the proof management. That commander would be freed up then to work on other special projects that we have in the organization, as well as work on policy development and those things that we need to do to maintain our accreditation to stay timely. The thing I really like about CALEA accreditation, while it is a major pain sometimes, is that it forces us, it compels us to stay up to date and contemporary in all of our policies and practices and procedures. And now more than ever, in our line of work under the intense international and national scrutiny that law enforcement is under, I think that CLIA accreditation is a great way for us to mitigate some of that spotlight that will be focused on us if we have a critical incident here, a high-profile critical incident. And with our personnel working 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, we're all just one incident away from having all the trucks parked out front with the big satellites on top of them. So for our agency and our city to withstand that kind of scrutiny, I think that this goes a long way toward doing that. So accreditation, I strongly support it, and this will really help us be more efficient in it. This is part of a continuing reorganization. Not only did last year you all provided us with the opportunity to hire a full-time data analyst. It's been tremendously beneficial for our operations on using our data analyst. We believe that we can now modify that position a little bit to take on a little bit more of this accreditation process for us as well, so that's going to be a second part of this that we'll deal with internally. But this administrator will be very beneficial. Questions?
So if I was going to put it in terms that is important or are important to the council, this is a risk mitigation cost.
Yeah, I believe so, 100%.
Other questions, council? Okay. Thank you, Doug. And we're adjourned for the evening, and we have at least as many questions to get through tomorrow evening. So come bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 6 o'clock. Thank you.